to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. If everybody is ready, this honorable house now resumes its sitting. It is indeed again a pleasure to be here today, Tuesday, November 21st, 2023, at the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives. Let me welcome all in the gallery and those who have joined us on social media, particularly PBCJ live stream. Call of the roll. Mr. Clarke, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clarke, Dr. Chang, Ms. Grange, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Chuck, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Vaz, Mrs. Mallow Fort, Mr. Charles, Mr. Green, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Main, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terry Long, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Witter, Ms. Smith, Mr. Davis, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding,
Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Montague, Mr. Wright.
Members, just some housekeeping issues. Members who would like to submit any document for the purpose of being tabled on a particular day in Parliament, including our honorable ministers, should have those documents submitted to the Parliament the day before the sitting by close of work day, preferably by 4 p.m. I will also send out a letter to that requirement. It is absolutely necessary in the functioning of the Parliament that this method is maintained for us to be able to administratively update our Hansard, have the speaker properly prepared in respect of the agenda for the day in question. As it relates to questions and answers to questions, the speaker is required, in respect of the agenda for Parliament, to be off and sign off on adding to the agenda for the Parliament every single item on this agenda. No one will need to ask me if there is any report at the Parliament to be tabled if it is not on this agenda, because I make it a point of duty to come to the Parliament before the sitting of the day, and very often the day before, and review all the documents submitted to Parliament, and we complete the agenda. Members, I will ask for your support and participation in ensuring that we can function efficiently in the Parliament. Thank you, members. Statement by ministers.
Oh, so. Madam Speaker, just by way of clarity, in respect of the housekeeping notice you served, generally fully understood and taken. However, in Standing Orders 15.1, where provisions are made for questions of an urgent nature, could you kindly advise how those would be treated? Because time for the regular prop submission, I don't believe would apply. It says urgent, verbatim.
Members, it is not a contentious issue. Please allow the member to ask his questions. And members, I'm going to actually go further because I realize a particular practice with the speaker that I would hope does not continue. I would like to follow the agenda as speaker going forward. Standing Order 15.1 says, a question shall not be asked without notice unless it is of an urgent character or relates to the business of the day and the member has obtained the leave of the speaker to ask it. Do you have any other section of the standing order you would like to highlight, member?
For now, Madam Speaker, my particular interest is as it relates to an urgent character or relates to the business of the day. There's a very pronounced or in that sentence.
Thank you, member. So let us now refer to Standing Order 15.5, where a question for oral answer is asked of A, the Prime Minister in relation to a matter of national importance and national interest, or B, a minister in relation to a matter directly related to his portfolio responsibility, which is of urgent national importance. Member, you submitted to me today a set of questions approximately 6 minutes to 2. I have not had the opportunity to read the list of questions you have submitted. What I do note is that there are names called when I started to look at and got to about question 3. And I stopped right there to make sure I was on time for the commencement of Parliament. The standing orders require that the Speaker reads the questions that are being tabled prior to doing so. The Speaker has to determine if questions are appropriate, and I'll use that word generally. And it does require that we read, myself, the clerk, sign off, and add to the agenda for the day. So I am asking members again, please follow the standing orders.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've noted what you have said in respect of questions to be placed on the order paper by members. I was wondering if you had taken a look as well at the practice in terms of the items on the agenda, and that if you would give a similar assurance as well, that for those of us coming and who want to be prepared for Parliament, that we would also have a minimum notice of the items that are to be on the agenda.
I am in full agreement, Member Brownberg, absolutely. I have penned a letter for ministers. However, in observing the operations of the House, it was decided and said in my preamble that the letter will go to all the members. We are, in fact, having a challenge in terms of the resources in our back office at the Parliament to do some of what members expect us to do without notice. And respectfully, we want to ensure that members of the entire House are au fait with what is expected to be tabled on the day in question. That is across the board. And I thank you, Member Brownberg. House Leader.
I'd like to join you in the really purposeful approach of enabling a more efficient operation of this Honorable House. I think that over time, a lot has gone by way of, latitude that is offered. And yes, we do recognize that this is not a staid arrangement where everything is locked into a little box. That we are a living and organic arrangement that calls for animation and for also cut and thrust from time to time. And indeed, Madam Speaker, the latitude does offer itself, you know, for us to make adjustments here and there and to flex as is necessary and needed. But I think that it is wise to constantly remind us that we did establish something called the standing orders, and that the standing orders is really what guides us and determines our behavior in this honorable house. And to the extent that we deviate therefrom, you know, we do it sometimes at the peril of undermining the very principles for which we stand. So this side of the house, and I know that I'm joined by my opposite number on that side, fully supports the effort to enable this house to operate in an efficient manner and in relation to the standing orders. Madam Speaker, it is intended to have 4 statements today by ministers and a possibility for a major statement thereafter, and we'll guide the House accordingly. But Madam Speaker, just before I do ask you to invite the ministers who will make statements to speak, I wanted, Madam Speaker, to respond to the statement made by the member from St. Andrew Southwest in asking that adequate time and notice be given with regards to the agenda for the meetings of the House. And in fact, Madam Speaker, it is a practice. The leader of opposition business in the House and the leader of government business do have a working relation, and every Monday we try to make sure that we communicate and indicate what the likely items of the agenda are. So it is a practice. There are some times when, because both of us understand, because we've sat at the same place on Mondays in the past and present, and we know that sometimes decisions are made at the last minute in relation to certain items of important national concerns, and therefore they may be added to the agenda at a later point. And in that instance, member from Southwest St. Andrew, you could be. Madam Speaker, it is...
House Leader, I don't think you need my help in asking the House to be orderly and
Thank you.
to respect
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
our House Leader on his feet.
And I think members on both sides must recognize that we do yes. If you're wanting to change sides, we understand. But the process of changing sides is a very democratic one. And is only done at certain points in time. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to assure the member that, yes, in keeping with the best tradition, we do provide information to members about the contents of the order paper on a timely basis. And you can be assured of that for the future. Madam Speaker, the statements today will be from the Deputy Leader of Government Business and member for St. Catherine Central and our Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, the Minister of Finance and Planning, and our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security. And the final one will be from the Minister of Health and Wellness. May it please you, Madam Speaker, in that order.
Thank you, House Leader. Let us welcome to her feet Honorable Olivia Grange, OJCD MP, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, and our Deputy House Leader.
Madam Speaker, copies of my statement, right, is being handed out, Madam Speaker. And I'm looking around to see if everybody is wearing the white ribbon. International Men's Day is recognized annually on November 19, and it was first celebrated in Trinidad and Tobago as a day to focus on men's and boys' health, improving gender relations, promoting gender equality, and highlighting positive male role models. It is an occasion for men to celebrate their achievements and for them to be celebrated, in particular their contribution to community, family, marriage, and childcare, while highlighting ways in which they face discrimination, because men at times are discriminated against. And as the Minister of Gender, I speak on behalf of women and I speak on behalf of men. International Men's Day 2023 is being celebrated internationally under the theme Zero Male Suicide. As we seek to eradicate suicide among men globally, the local theme is men and mental health, men tally aware, men tally prepared. International Men's Day provides an opportunity to celebrate our men and their role as nation builders, recognizing their contribution to homes, communities, and the Jamaican society, but also to focus on issues that affect their well-being, such as their mental health. A significant aspect of this celebration is to highlight the role of men as positive male role models, while recognizing that they need the requisite support systems that will enable them to realize their full potential. The government of Jamaica, through the work of the Bureau of Gender Affairs, Madam Speaker, recognizes that gender relations are an integral aspect of any country. It is against this background that we celebrate International Men's Day annually as a signal of our commitment to include gender in all aspects of our society. Several activities have been organized by the Bureau of Gender Affairs to commemorate International Men's Day in partnership with other ministries, departments, and agencies, developmental partners, and key stakeholders such as the Development Bank of Jamaica, Jamaica Civil Service Men's Coalition, Social Development Commission, among others. These activities include the Boys' Home visit. As we continue our focus on young men, the Bureau of Gender Affairs visited the St. Augustine Place of Safety in Clarendon on Thursday, November 16. The boys received several goodies and giveaways, along with games and entertainment, which provided lots of smiles and laughter. There was also a motivational empowerment session that brought renewed focus in dealing with daily challenges. Shortly, the Bureau will hold its annual International Men's Day Fair in the community of Kellett's, also in Clarendon, aimed at information sharing, screening, testing, and presentations on healthy lifestyle practices. The health fair will be open to everyone, with a special focus on men and boys in and around the surrounding community. There will be presentations on topics including mental health and suicide, prostate cancer, sexual lifestyle practices and behavior. We also plan to conduct blood pressure, blood sugar, cholesterol and diabetes, HIV testing, prostate screening, dental wellness, vision check, among other things. We also will have a commemorative church service, which will be a time of prayer and reflection on Sunday, November 19th. So that was held yesterday at the Swallowfield Chapel. In collaboration with the Women's Center of Jamaica Foundation and the National Parenting Support Commission, there are plans to visit one of the centers with the young fathers in the program as a way of highlighting parenting and the role of fathers in guiding and molding their children into productive members of society. And I should indicate here that we have conducted training with young fathers in housekeeping so that they understand too how to take care of the children, how to provide the right nutrition, and how to just basically cook and clean like the women do. The annual International Men's Day celebration will this year be held at the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel on Wednesday, November the 22nd. The aim will be to highlight how men need the support of the entire nation as they navigate and balance their lives while still building the nation. So the theme, men and mental health, mentally aware, mentally prepared, will be central to today's activities as there will be a panel discussion with leading figures as we navigate this intricate and problematic issue of mental health and suicide. In fact, sometimes men at a breaking point, at times women end up being the receiver of those problems. Some of the horrible incidents that take place reflect on the mental health of the man. There will also be a symbolic opening of the Bureau of Gender Affairs Male Empowerment Unit. And I should explain that the Bureau of Women's Affairs was established first by a desk in the office of the Prime Minister. The Bureau of Women's Affairs, I changed it from Women's Affairs to Gender Affairs, and we established a desk for men in the Bureau of Gender Affairs. And I'm now very, very happy to announce that the desk has now become a male empowerment unit. So it's not just a desk now, but it's a unit and a department within the Bureau of Gender Affairs that will treat with all the issues affecting our men and our boys. As customary, a message for International Men's Day, of course, is being read in the house here and will be read in the upper house. And this is being done in conjunction with the symbolic pinning of members of the house to observe the importance of the day. And as I look around, all those men who are not wearing their white ribbons, I'm going to ensure that you are pinned at some point later today. So as we place the spotlight on men's mental health, we want to encourage our Jamaican men to find the strength when necessary to move forward even in the midst of mental challenges and not resort to murder or suicide. International Men's Day provides an opportunity for us to start or continue the discussion so that we can remove the stigma and silence often associated with mental health and to galvanize support for men in all aspects of life, whether family, whether work, and in the Jamaican society in general. And so, Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure and honor today to salute our men and to recognize International Men's Day as an occasion where we celebrate our men. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister Grange. The opposition spokesperson. Member Daly, St. Catherine Eastern. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I want to celebrate, especially for the men who are now, breaking stereotype. For men who believe that their place is not in the home as well and to be domesticated. For men who now recognize that they can be a stay-home dad as well and play their part in a very important way. For men who now have the opportunity to get maternity leave, to be able to, paternity, well, you can say maternity and paternity, because I have seen over the years where, all right, I'm not going to get controversial here, but I know I have seen abroad where experiments have been made in terms of things here. Okay, but Madam Speaker, I really want to celebrate with our men and boys today, because many times they feel that they are left out and that they don't have a very important role to play. Crime and violence, while I would not want to put full blame on our boys and men, but they can contribute tremendously in decreasing crime and violence in the way they operate, both in their homes and in their communities. Madam Speaker, I believe that more attention needs to be paid to our men. Every year we come and we celebrate our day. I am looking even a little further, Madam Speaker, because if you look at the population of Jamaican prison, you have more males in prison than females. I believe that those who have children that are left at home should be given an opportunity to communicate with them in a way that they would be able to help them to move away from whatever situation that would have created crime and violence and caused them to be behind bars, because it's always sometimes from generation to generation. So today I would love to see a day celebrated in a prison where men can get free access to speak, especially to their boys, and to encourage them, because most of these children are being raised by single parents while their fathers are locked up behind bars. They can play a very critical role. So as we celebrate International Men's Day, I personally believe that the time has come for us to have serious dialogue, workshops that can help men to be more aware of the role of being good parents. Because if they do just that one thing, I am certain that this Jamaica will be a better place. So as I salute our men and our boys, I want to encourage our Parliament to look at a way now to have continuous workshops so that they will be able to be better informed, to be more head of household, in order that we will have a better family life. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Next statement by Minister, Honorable Dr. Nigel Clarke. Minister of Finance and the Public Service. Minister Clarke. Turn on your mic, please, Minister. Just one mic, Minister. The mic system splits the volume when you use two mics.
Madam Speaker, on the 10th of October in 2023, the government of Jamaica announced a 19% increase in public passenger fares effective the 15th of October 2023. And a further 16% increase was also announced to take effect in April of 2024. At the time of these announcements, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Science, Energy and Transportation, the Honorable Darrell Vaz, commented, and it's on the record in news reports, that the government of Jamaica will be looking to mitigate the impact of the fare increase on consumers in a set of measures to be announced later. Madam Speaker, I will now outline these measures and the rationale for them. The Bank of Jamaica's monetary policy action, supported by prudent fiscal policy, as well as a moderation in imported commodity prices, has resulted in a sharp decline in the 12-month point-to-point inflation from a high of 11.8% in April 2022 to 5.1% in October 2023. That is, we have seen a convergence of inflation back to the target range. However, Madam Speaker, the Bank of Jamaica advises, and has advised me, that as a result of the adjustments in PPV fares, they are expecting a reversal of the downward trend in annual inflation starting in November, unless there are countervailing measures. The October inflation numbers of 5% do not include the impact of the increase in PPV fares, which will impact the November numbers. Given that the cost of transportation services comprises a notable portion of the consumer price index basket, the Bank of Jamaica further advises that the announced increases in PPV fares cumulatively could add approximately 2 percentage points to inflation if not balanced by countervailing measures. The first increase in October will directly result in a significant spike on the consumer price index, leading to a monthly inflation rate for November of between 1% and 1.5%, which in turn will increase the 12-month point-to-point inflation outturn as compared with the October result. The government of Jamaica is very mindful of the impact of the PPV increase on the cost of living and also the need to support the Bank of Jamaica in its efforts to return and keep inflation within the 4% to 6% range. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the government will be taking measures to dampen the impact of the announced increases in PPV fares on the overall inflation rate. The central government will provide the JUTC with the resources to finance the following temporary reductions in JUTC public passenger fare charges. Effective January 1st, 2024, the reduction in the regular fare from $100 to $70, and a reduction in the fare for children from $30 to $25, and for pensioners from $40 to $30. Further, Madam Speaker, effective April 1st of 2024, a further reduction in the regular fare from $70 to $50, and in the fare for children from $25 to $20, and the fare for pensioners from $40 to $30. Madam Speaker, we anticipate that these temporary measures will have a mitigating effect on the impact of the private bus and taxi fare increases on the community and public. I wish to reiterate again that these are temporary measures designed and calculated to support the Bank of Jamaica in its efforts to return and keep inflation within the target range. And in the design and calculation, we have had calculations from the central bank that indicate that the path of inflation over the next several months will be within or near to the target range, Madam Speaker, which is what motivates this policy update. I expect these measures, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, to be temporary, but we're giving ourselves up to 24 months, after which fares will need to be adjusted upwards and return to existing levels. This intervention, Madam Speaker, is consistent with the government's strategy of very targeted and temporary interventions. It is expected that for the period January to March of this fiscal year, this measure will cost approximately $200 million. And for the full year, April 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025, the cost would be $800 million. Madam Speaker, while we recognize that this does not solve all problems associated with the expenditure to do with public transportation, this represents a concerted effort by the government which will have a positive impact on inflation outcomes and on cost of living. Madam Speaker, I would like to use the opportunity to update this House that the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service and the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, Transportation, Minister Vaz, were working together to advance the project boosting the capacity of state-owned bus enterprises. When we embarked on this project, we were considering 200 new buses over 2 years. We have now upsized that to 300 new buses over the next 3 years, with the first 100 to arrive during the next fiscal year, 24-25. And this is in addition to new buses that arrived this year. So, Madam Speaker, in this policy update, I just want to remind the House that this is further to the comments made by the Minister with responsibility for transport in October of this year, when he updated the country that countervailing measures would be announced. And here we have announced the countervailing measures to take effect January 1st of 2024, and the second set to take effect April 1st of 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the member from St. Andrews Southeastern, Opposition Spokesperson on Finance, Member Robinson, will now address the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the announcement in the bus fares for private passenger vehicles was announced, the opposition leader indicated at the time that there was a need for measures to cushion the impact of those on the traveling public. The member from Northwest Manchester, the spokesman on transport, also called for measures to reduce the impact on the traveling public. So, Madam Speaker, I'm glad the government has heeded the call made by the opposition in this regard. Madam Speaker, I will say though, while we welcome this, practically it will have little effect. And I'm going to explain why. The capacity of the JUTC right now is about 40% of what it should be. And because it is 40% of what it should be, the majority of the traveling public is forced to take the private passenger vehicles. So while every JUTC customer will welcome this, the reality is that many wait 2-3 hours for a bus on a daily basis, and because they have to get to work or school, they are forced to take a private passenger vehicle. So it's welcome, and I'm joining in the welcome, but let's just deal with the reality. The 300 buses are a bit late in the game. They are late in the game. They are welcome, but they are late in the game because the 100 won't come until the next fiscal year, and the next, hear me man, you've been in office for 12 out of 16. For the last 12 out of 16. Stop talking about our time. Stop talking about our time. Madam Speaker, it will have welcome but very little impact. We have to move quickly, Minister of Finance, to dealing with the operations of the JUTC. There's a need for more investment. There's a need for better management so that you can increase the capacity of JUTC so that we don't have as many private passenger vehicles on the road. And it creates a whole heap of problems. The indiscipline, the congestion, etc. People prefer the JUTC buses, but they are just not enough to move the traveling public along the road. And it has a negative impact on productivity. So again, I'm happy the government has heeded the opposition call, but I'm not seeing the great impact it will have, given that there are so few JUTC buses on the road and that many, many persons are forced to use the private passenger vehicles.
We have a question from the member, Manchester Northwest.
Yes,
question from member from Manchester Northwest. Go ahead, Member Phillips.
Well, Madam Speaker, I mean, as the spokesman on transport, and I guess I need to wait until the Minister of Transport himself to make his statement, right? But, Madam Speaker, the question really to the Minister, because we are subsidizing, yet so far the JUTC of some $10 billion this fiscal year, with a loss of approximately $11 billion. That even though the Minister may be subsidizing the reduction in the bus fares to the commuters, how soon is it that the Minister expects to increase the fleet to a respectable number that will not continue the hemorrhaging at the JUTC, will not cause commuters to wait? What percentage, Minister, of this reduction, seeing that JUTC is approximately 5% of the fleet that is provided for the traveling public nationally, how do you expect, what reduction in your inflation numbers? Because this is really to reduce inflation. How much do you expect this to reduce the numbers within the transportation sector, with seeing the increase that was given earlier a few months ago? So I just asked the Minister a question. So maybe I know you're like a little slow, you know, but, right? Secondly is, I know the Minister of Transport spoke about getting an additional 100 buses in the system in the shortest space of time. Because even with the addition of 50 buses, the JUTC is no better off than it was before it got the 50 buses.
Member, you're not making a statement. Could you please be so kind as to ask your question?
So to the Minister, when is it that we would expect both yourself and the minister to be able to get an additional amount of buses within the fleet? What is the shortest space of time that you expect to get the number of buses within the fleet? And is it that the JUTC will continue, as in your presentation, in your own a presentation made earlier this year, of 200 additional electric buses? Is it still the policy of the government that they will continue with those 200 buses, or will there be a mixed use of the buses that will be ordered in the future?
There is a question. There's a question first from the leader of the opposition, member from St. Andrew South. Turn your mic on again. Member Brownberg, turn yours off.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I note that you have hung this on what you are projecting to be the inflationary impact of the increases that were awarded in October in relation to public passenger vehicle fares. The point has been made that these measures only apply to JUTC, which represents a fairly modest percentage of the overall public passenger vehicle fleet in the country. All across Jamaica, there are public passenger vehicles, buses and taxis that are driving, none of whom will be impacted directly by this. So the question really is, to what extent is this going to really have a meaningful impact on inflation? You have said that the cost of transportation services comprise a notable portion of the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. My first question to you is, could you state what portion of the CPI basket does the cost of transportation services comprise? Secondly, I want to ask you, what measures will you be putting in place to cushion the cost on consumers and commuters, persons who use transportation services, public transportation services, outside of the JUTC passenger cohort? What measures are going to be put in place to cushion the impact on them of the fare increases that were granted in October? I had called for the government to be creative in looking at ways at addressing this problem. People already have had to absorb very high inflationary costs in relation to food and other consumer items. And then the fare increase was awarded, and then we all know that the way in which that has played out in the marketplace has been varied in terms of what the actual fares are that people are being charged. And that's an issue of enforcement and so on for the Minister of Transport to address, and perhaps he will make a statement on that sometime. But in the meantime, I want to ask the Minister, what will he be doing for the vast majority of users of public transportation services who are not taking JUTC buses, but are taking taxis and other buses in rural Jamaica and around the country? Because they need to have some protection from the impact of the fares on them and the inflationary impact, which you have said is the reason for this subsidy to JUTC, this additional subsidy to the loss-making and hemorrhaging JUTC, which is a huge charge on the fiscal budget every year nowadays. What else will be done for the Jamaican public, traveling public, who have had to absorb the fares? And there are more increases coming, as you know, I think in April. What will be done to protect them?
You have one more set of questions, Minister. Member from St. Andrew Southwestern. Member Brownberg. Minister, could you be so kind as to turn your mic back on, please?
No, he can request. Thank you, Madam
Minister,
Speaker.
could you be so kind? Thank you very much.
My question is really a very simple question, and it's one question. And it is related to the question that was posed by the Leader of Opposition. I'm really asking on behalf of Ms. Daphne, who comes from Highgate every day to Kingston to work. In the last year, there has been about 6 increases. Today, she's paying $700 each way. That's $1,400 every day to come to work. Often what that means is that she has to probably try and find an arrangement to stay overnight. What is being done and how will it affect Miss Daphne? One, on the basis that it is primarily aimed at JUTC fares, reduction in fares there. And two,
Member Brownberg, I really hate to disturb you, especially when you're asking questions. But I will note that the same question is being asked in three different ways.
No, it's not. No,
right,
it's not.
Member.
I'm talking about Miss Daphne in particular, and any other individual coming from rural Jamaica to Kingston every day to work, earning minimum wage. And I want to see what is going to be done for Miss Daphne and others like her specifically.
Minister, turn your mic on, please.
Somebody asked a question. I don't. Madam Speaker, before responding to the several questions that have been asked, I just wanted to note that we're saying up to 24 months, which would carry us to December of 2025, this reprieve on a temporary basis. And in the printed sheet for the pensioners, as of April 1st, it would go down from $30 to $25, just an update to what's on the printed material. Now, Madam Speaker, the government, long before, opposition obviously is an opportunity to, but long before any of those statements that they're referring to, the government, through the Minister of Transport, made it clear that we would be responding to the increase in regulated prices with countervailing measures. It's on the record. Minister Vaz, it is reported in the media, it's online for anybody to see, that what we have done, Madam Speaker, the approach of the government is to respond to the needs of the Jamaican people, and in this case, the commuting public, but to do so in a decisive way that benefits from technical insight and technical input. In arriving at the adjustments that I'm announcing today, we would have received calculations from the central bank on the impact of various ways about various options for this intervention. And through that technical collaboration, Madam Speaker, we are introducing the measures that we announced today. With respect to, I know Minister Vaz at a later date will update the House on the specifics of the additions to the bus fleet. But let me remind the House that this acquisition of 300 new buses in one project, there is no precedent for that in the JUTC. And when you add those 300 buses to come with the ones that came this year, Madam Speaker, we are talking about the largest acquisition of new buses for the JUTC at one time, ever. And that's just a historical fact. So, Madam Speaker, the government is taking steps to ease the burden on the traveling public. We recognize that transportation is key to productivity, and by making it easier and more affordable, we hope to increase productivity in our economy. The member isn't here who posed the questions on some of the specifics. I said Minister Vaz is going to respond in due course, but suffice to say that the Ministry of Finance is working with the Ministry of Transport to fast-track 100 new buses in the new years. Those may not be electric. The electric may be the second batch of 100 to come. So what we have done is increased the amount from 200 to 300 in phases. With respect to the question from the Leader of the Opposition, transportation, I use the word a notable size of the Consumer Price Index. Transportation costs are 11% of the Consumer Price Index. And so what happens in transportation matters. Now that 11% is broken up between public, private, and other costs related to transportation. The public transportation is a big chunk of it. Yes, you heard your colleague member there speaking. I know it's in that range. A very significant portion of the 11 is public transportation. So by making this move of not just a 30% reduction, but on top of that 30%, what in effect will be another 30% in a close proximity in time, it will have an impact on a downward drag on inflation numbers that helps us to achieve our inflation target. So, Madam Speaker, what this speaks to more than anything, the big picture, is that inflation is a part of the political economy that we pay attention to. And although it is the responsibility of the central bank to implement monetary policy in such a way that achieves an inflation target, the government, with respect to its control over regulated prices, needs to work in such a way that is consistent with overall inflation objectives. And, Madam Speaker, this is a real departure from times past, and I won't specify any particular time, when we weren't, as a society, having institutional mechanisms to target the outcome of inflation. Madam Speaker, with respect to Miss Daphne, the first thing that I'd like to say is that Miss Daphne experienced the largest increase in minimum wage ever in Jamaica. She did say Miss Daphne is a minimum wage earner. No, I'm just adding that fact. And the response, Madam Speaker, is to make, working again with the Ministry of Transportation, and Minister Vaz in particular, is to make public transportation much more accessible and more affordable. When we add 300 new buses to the system, on top of what already exists, we will be able to have millions more seats, tens of millions more seats available to the traveling public. And, Madam Speaker, we're not going to stop there. There are other infrastructure measures to come that will serve to improve public transportation. But let the record show, Madam Speaker, that there aren't many instances in Jamaica's economic life when prices actually have gone down. And this is one such instance, Madam Speaker, of a regulated price that is a major contributor to the cost of goods that, well, to the inflation basket, Madam Speaker, that the government is making a calculated, strategic move to lower those prices in favor of the Jamaican people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister Vaz would also like to add to your statement. You didn't answer our question? I thought Minister Vaz was going to answer a part of the question. Minister of Finance, the question from member from Manchester. Manchester Northwest, you didn't answer.
No, the question I asked, Minister, which I wanted to, the JUTC, right? Because in your statement here, you speak about, we anticipate that these temporary measures will have a mitigating effect on the impact of the private bus and taxi fare increases on the commuting public. So is it that the minister believes that those operators which are not JUTC to roll back their fares that has been given? Secondly, the JUTC minister, because the person traveling from Mile Gully to Mandeville saw an increase in fare. The operators outside of the JUTC is about 80% of the seats that are needed in the KMTR and just nationally. What effect is the reduction that you're giving here now will have on the inflationary numbers where transportation is concerned? Because JUTC is a quarter of the seats that you need in the KMTR compared to nationally. What effect this reduction itself will have on the inflationary numbers of transportation?
Madam Speaker, I propose to share with the member the sort of inflation graphs that I'm looking at and the projections, and I'll share that with you. But suffice to say, Madam Speaker, that when you human behavior and decisions of citizens, where possible, is affected by the movement in prices. We expect that from this downward movement in 2 installations of prices in JUTC transportation, where it is possible, we expect 2 installments. We expect that there may be some switching. Where it is possible, okay? Now, in addition, Madam Speaker, what I want to point out is that this measure, as I mentioned earlier, is being implemented for a temporary period of up to 24 months. What we are discussing is the impact of inflation, particularly in the short term, but over that period as well. And over that period of time, the member is not listening, and so over that period of time, this is not just been done for 2 months. This has been done over a 24-month period. And over that period of time, we expect millions of seats to be added with the addition of the new buses. So not millions, we expect tens of millions of seats, meaning to be added when you add 200 new buses over 24 months. And therefore, the impact on inflation, per year. No, sorry, I should have stated my units. Sorry. We expect 10, when you refer to 40 million, that number is per annum, number of seats per annum. Or somebody referred to it. Might have been Minister Mikhail. So we expect over this 24-month period, during which prices will be reduced, for the supply of seats to go up dramatically, because you're adding, over that 24-month period, 200 new buses. So that will have an ameliorating impact on the experience of the traveling public. It is not a panacea. It is not a is not something that solves every single problem, but it makes a significant contribution to relieving the pressures that people experience over this 24-month period in the context of 200 new buses over 24 months and 300 over 36 months. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Next, we will have to his feet the Honorable Prime Minister to make a statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first seek the understanding of the House. The copies of the statements are on the way, with the leader of opposition business and the leader of the opposition shortly. Madam Speaker, between the 16th and 18th of November 2023, Jamaica experienced flood rains associated with tropical cyclone number 22. The purpose of my statement today is to update this Honourable House on the impact of the tropical cyclone and the actions taken by the government in its aftermath. Madam Speaker, several communities, especially within the parishes of Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, St. Thomas, Portland, and St. Mary, were impacted by flood rains. Our assessment is that 69 roads were badly affected by landslides, mud flows, down trees, and inundation, which rendered some communities inaccessible and some marooned. The initial damage assessment estimate by the NWA is somewhere in the region of 409 million Jamaican dollars. We have had damage estimates before which have been far more significant than this, so we are very grateful that though there was damage, it was not of a very significant extent. 409 million. I believe the estimate from ODPEM, if Minister is not here, I'll allow the Minister of Local Government to give the estimate from ODPEM. Madam Speaker, we're also grateful that there was no widespread loss of life. And I think, Madam Speaker, that Jamaica truly has reason to be grateful. Other nations, Madam Speaker, have faced greater damage throughout this year. Madam Speaker, we have witnessed the staggering aftermath of storms on a global scale affecting the United States. Recently we saw where the city of New York, some areas, some boroughs were flooded out significantly. We have seen flooding in Spain, the UK, Greece, and France. Flooding in many countries in Africa. Recently, we have seen flooding in Dubai, which is normally a very dry and arid place. Closer to home, Madam Speaker, we have seen flooding and significant storm surges in Cuba, in Haiti, and in the Dominican Republic. In fact, this storm system which passed us affected those three countries and did major damage in the Dominican Republic. So, Madam Speaker, we give a collective sigh of relief that we were not affected that badly, and we give God thanks that we were spared the worst. Madam Speaker, we acknowledge that though the impact was not widespread and when compared to other countries was not significant, for those who were affected, Madam Speaker, it was intense and significant. Madam Speaker, we acknowledge those Jamaicans who played their part in ensuring that their neighbors were safe, who played their part in clearing block roads and observing all the warnings and following the necessary safety protocols when we have such disasters. Madam Speaker, we would have all seen the footage of significant water flows affecting our infrastructure. We would have seen footage of significant landslides. Madam Speaker, your constituency was particularly affected. We take note, Madam Speaker, that, and we could call this a test of our infrastructure, that the recently built infrastructure, our highways and recently built roads, have stood up to the test of this tropical storm, and indeed, previous tropical storms. However, Madam Speaker, our legacy infrastructure, Madam Speaker, demonstrates that they do not have the carrying capacity to manage the volume of water that these weather events bring to Jamaica. So we have seen significant flooding of roadways. We have seen houses flooded. But within a matter of hours, the flooding would have dissipated. And that is primarily, Madam Speaker, because one, the size of the drains that we have are too small. And the other issue, Madam Speaker, which we would have seen footage of, the level of garbage, of refuse, of waste that is coming down our gullies, blocking the culverts, and contributing to the flooding. So, Madam Speaker, even though we are making great progress in building new infrastructure, better infrastructure, we need to make parallel progress in our behavior, in what we do as a people. So it's not just infrastructure, it's how we choose to dispose of our waste that causes some of these problems that we face. Madam Speaker, over the weekend, I took a helicopter tour of your constituency, of eastern and western St. Thomas. It was obvious that your constituency, East Rural, suffered significant landslides, which blocked several roads, and I suspect that the recent earthquake also contributed to that as well. I saw firsthand some huge boulders blocking some of your roads. In St. Thomas, we saw some fields flooded. By the way, Madam Speaker, St. Thomas is doing very well now, emerging as a major agricultural parish. That's always been. But the lands freed up from sugar are now being put into agriculture. And I saw a major onion farm, hundreds of acres of lands in onion. Some of them would have lost their crops because of the heavy rain. So, Madam Speaker, I was also able to survey the many rivers that wind through the parish of St. Thomas. And what is clear from that bird's eye view is that there needs to be a massive program of river training in St. Thomas. The river the rivers there are not well defined in terms of their boundaries, their embankments. And so if there is a heavy shower of rain and significant volume of water, they tend to overrun and spill over on the plains, which is, in a sense, what makes those lands fertile and arable. But when we are building alongside rivers and we are building in the river paths and we are building in floodplains, then, Madam Speaker, we will have to make the investments in ensuring that we control the flow of the rivers. Madam Speaker, we have identified that we will probably have to spend approximately $700 million in river training in the parish. I am not here. I see the member from St. Thomas West applauding. I want him to hear me clearly that I have said we have identified. I haven't said we have allocated. So, Madam Speaker, having toured, we see the necessity of it. But as you would know, Madam Speaker, river training is a very involved exercise. And with all the calls on the budget now, we will have to define a program that we will have to look at in the next fiscal year. Madam Speaker, in the interim, as we seek to respond to this weather event that has occurred, the government has approved $1.4 billion in the constituency-based mitigation and cleanup program. Some people call it the Christmas work program. But in the last 5 years or so, Madam Speaker, we have tried to move away from that description. Because what it is really a routine maintenance program which we do on a cyclical basis, timed right after the end of the hurricane season. So that's what it is. So it's timed at the end of the hurricane season, which finishes in November. So it ends up coinciding with December. It ends up in the Christmas season. So, Madam, I just wanted to be clear that this is not, there is a sense that somehow it's Christmas work, so it's a giveaway. There is no control. There is no oversight. That's not the case, Madam Speaker, and I want to impress upon Jamaica that that is not the case. That we have totally revamped the program to ensure that there is a high level of accountability and that the constituents get the value of the funds allocated. So, Madam
House
Speaker,
Leader, the Prime Minister's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker,
you get your letter already?
I ask that the Prime Minister be given sufficient time to complete his presentation. Madam Speaker,
Let me see if I can hear you now, House
You can
Leader.
hear me now.
I wasn't hearing you before. Yes, House
Okay.
Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the Prime Minister to be allowed to complete his presentation, which is approximately 20 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. The question is that the Prime Minister be allowed 20 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Prime Minister, would you be so kind to turn your mic on?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah. So in the interim, Madam Speaker, whilst we acknowledge that we will have to find significant resources to make amends for the damages that occurred during the tropical storm, we will and have allocated $1.4 billion in the constituency-based mitigation and cleanup program. The program will allocate $22 million for each constituency to undertake minor civil works and public sanitation, which becomes necessary at the end of the hurricane season in November and coincident with the Christmas period in December. The program will implement targeted interventions with the following key priority rankings: the reopening of blocked roads, cleaning of critical drains, which have now been heavily silted, patching of main thoroughfares, which have been scarred, construction of new structures such as retaining walls, river training, small river training if you can do that. And, Madam Speaker, as funds become available, we would want the members of Parliament to also look at minor rehabilitation of roads that have been, for example, Madam Speaker, we noticed in St. Thomas that a part of a road was undermined by water flow. So the resources that you have, if you can use it to correct those small civil works, that would also be approved in this project. So, Madam Speaker, we have already sent out the necessary advice to the members of Parliament outlining how the program will work. And just for the record, road rehabilitation, the allocation there is $10 million. No reallocation is permitted from this category. So the minimum that you can spend is $10 million. However, a maximum of $5 million may be transferred from other areas to road rehabilitation, allowing for a total maximum utilization of $15 million. So this principle has well been established, so MPs can have some flexibility in how the program is structured. Debushing, the target figure is $6 million. Up to $3 million from this allocation may be reallocated to other areas. So if you don't have a lot of debushing to do, let's say you're an urban constituency and all you have is concrete roads, you don't have a lot of debushing, then you can take $3 million from debushing and put it towards roads. A minimum of $3 million, however, must be used for debushing, and a maximum of $2 million may be transferred from other areas to debushing, allowing for a maximum of $8 million. So you could take $2 million from somewhere else and put on your 6 if you had a lot of bushing work to do. Madam Speaker, this flexibility in reallocation is in recognition of the variation between urban and rural constituencies in terms of what is required for debushing. In terms of drain cleaning, we're allocating $3 million, a maximum of $2 million for drain cleaning must be used, and $1 million can be allocated from, a maximum, right, so we're allocating $3 million for drain cleaning. A maximum of $2 million may be reallocated, right, from drain cleaning to other areas, which means that the minimum that you can do for drain cleaning would be $1 million. In terms of garbage collection, we have allocated $3 million for that. No reallocation is permitted from this component, and for good reason, because we want, for this year in particular, because of the dengue outbreak, we want our MPs to focus as much as possible on removing vector sites, which are usually sites where water collects in garbage and open water storage. So as much as we can, we should seek to remove bulky waste from the environment. Bear in mind, Madam Speaker, that earlier this year, in fact a few weeks ago, I had announced a $2 million allocation per constituency targeted at this very thing. So MPs within this period would have approximately $5 million to do this kind of work in constituencies. Madam Speaker, the program will be implemented by the National Works Agency and the National Solid Waste Management Authority. The funds will be used to clean critical drains, for road patching, debushing, and sanitation. All agency fees will be covered by the project funds, ensuring that no fees are deducted from the constituency allocation. Madam Speaker, I have directed the NAA to collaborate with all relevant entities, including municipal corporations, to conclude detailed designs and final estimates for any substantial repairs, particularly to roads that may come as a result of this project. I anticipate that work will begin as early as possible and continue into the festive season. Madam Speaker, in addition to the constituency-based mitigation and cleaning program, Cabinet has also approved a special housing response program for $330 million. Under this program, $5 million will be allocated to each constituency to assist with minor roof, windows, and siding repairs. Let me give an overview of what the project is designed to do. I'm not saying that the allocation I'm about to suggest is what MPs will be bounded by, but the program is designed to treat with houses that have leaks, where some houses are built out of ply, and the ply has deteriorated to a point that when it rains, water comes in. Or they have windows that don't close properly, or the door doesn't close properly, and they are impacted when there is a heavy shower of rain. So it's not designed, Madam Speaker, this program is not designed to build a new house or rebuild a house, or it is really small housing grant, housing assistance. That's what it is. So I know MPs have been asking for this, because even my own constituency, people have been saying, I need a few sheets of zinc to repair, I need some 2x4. When you go around in your constituencies, you would see the actual condition of shelter and the need for such support. My recommendation to MPs would be to target 100 persons at about $50,000. So I'm coming to that. So, Madam Speaker, the idea behind this is to target those households that are vulnerable to weather, particularly leaking roofs or compromised wooden structures, to assist with the replacement of zinc sheets that are compromised, windows or ply sidings that have been compromised. We are encouraging members of Parliament to utilize these funds to assist as many households as possible, targeting in the region of 100 households per constituency. This program will be administered through the Ministry of Housing. And the reason why we're going through the Ministry of Housing, I'm going to address that issue. Madam Speaker, the reason why we are going through the Ministry of Housing is that there has to be some amount of inspection. There has to be some amount of verification of the need. And the entity that has the staffing for that is the Ministry of Housing. I know. Madam Speaker, the comments that are being made off mic are deserving of being aired. Because when I make this announcement, people who are within the targeted population immediately feel that the benefit is going to come tomorrow or next week. And Madam Speaker, one of the challenges that I face and all members of Parliament face is how do we get the public bureaucracy to work more quickly than it does? And, Madam Speaker, this will require an entire presentation to Parliament on our compliance architecture that has become overly bureaucratic and has in many ways slowed government response.
Prime Minister, I don't know that you need my protection when everybody is so excited about the announcements, but I would love to be able to hear.
So, Madam Speaker, the problem that you're having now is that we have given out the letters already. So the members already know what they are going to get. No, everybody got their letters. So, Madam, oh no, not for this one. We haven't given out anything for this one. So, Madam Speaker, just to be clear, Madam Speaker, each constituency will get $5 million under this housing program. Now, Madam Speaker, 3 constituencies have been designated by virtue of the assessment as being severely affected. And this would be East Rural, East and West St. Thomas. So,
members, remember, Prime
Madam
Minister
Speaker,
only have 20 minutes. His time is running out. Members,
So, Madam Speaker, there will be consideration for those constituencies that have been severely affected. And I have outlined the 3 constituencies assessed as being severely affected. We will, Madam Speaker, make an additional allocation to those constituencies of $3 million. And by virtue of the clamor that we are hearing from other MPs, we will go back to the drawing board, Madam Speaker, and see whether or not we are able to extend any further assistance to constituencies who may not be severely affected, but who have been impacted above the average. So there might be 2 or 3 others. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, I am encouraging all members of Parliament to put their programs together very quickly, bearing in mind all the procedures that have to be followed. Madam Speaker, I'm also saying that the works that should be done on roads should not be done in a rushed manner. I think you should take your time and evaluate the roads that really need to be dealt with. Normally, what we do, Madam Speaker, is that we allow the works to continue on roads even up to February of the following year, so that we know we are not wasting funds. So that should be properly done because it's a significant amount of expenditure. But you need to move very quickly on garbage disposal, drain cleaning, and bushing. Madam Speaker, I know that this program, has had a positive impact nationally. Coming up to Christmas time, we see everyone is out. We see, and it goes on. We see right now as you drive through Kingston, we see our medians and verges are overgrown. We see many of our town centers not looking as they should. And I know that after this, we will be seeing our medians and verges properly debushed, our town centers cleaned, and our communities free of bulky waste. Which means, Madam Speaker, that as we look towards the Christmas season, we can celebrate Christmas. Yes, we can have a happy Christmas, a clean Christmas, and a Merry New Year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Northwest Manchester will respond to the statement by Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we too on this side, we're happy that there's no loss of life. Well, that has been reported in the passing of the earthquake and the rains that we had last week. Well, Madam Speaker, I've been standing in the Parliament here for quite a number of years, speaking about mitigation. Mitigation, Madam Speaker, according to the dictionary, the action of reducing the severity, seriousness, or painfulness of something. And why we speak about mitigation, Madam Speaker, normally on an annual basis, Prime Minister, we get $1 million to help with some drain cleaning prior to the hurricane season. And I've always been saying that what we get now at this point in time of the year, we're now getting $3 million. If at some or somehow we can spend that at the beginning of the hurricane season. Because when we do not spend it, and we have rains as we have now, we end up spending 30 to 40% more in trying to correct what the damage is than if we had prepared for it on the front end. I want us to just give that some consideration, Prime Minister, in moving forward. You spoke about, a few years ago, the drainage study. In my sectoral presentation, Madam Speaker, we had some flooding in Clarendon. We had flooding across the island in St. James. And we spoke about how it is that we're going to look at the drains right across the island, and how it is that we will work on them to manage the storm waters that we are getting now, seeing that our communities have been built out, and many of these drains would have been built decades ago and not able to manage the storm water. You said that you had commissioned one and said that you have the results of it, but yet still we have not heard how. And in your own words, said that there would be a build-out, a phase build-out over time. But I think it is this rain that we had over the 2 days is an indication that it's urgent that we deal with this matter of looking at our drains. And I know we will not have the money to do it all at once, but how it is that we start, the important thing, Prime Minister, is how do we start in looking at those areas that are greatly impacted, but start some construction or redevelopment of some of these drains. We speak about the North Gully, and I hear you in previous statements that you're waiting on the construction of the perimeter road to look at, yes, to look at. But at the same time, that study should have been completed already. And what are we waiting on? Because there's going to be more water coming off of that hillside where that perimeter road is now being constructed down into the town of Montego Bay. So I would like to know about that drainage study. Because a prime example of mitigation, let's use Wees Road out in Bull Bay in the constituency of the Speaker. When there was mudslide and flooding taking place on Wees Road, and some river training was done And Wees Road was spared this time around because of mitigation. So, Prime Minister, I think that we tend to have a knee-jerk reaction whenever we have weather patterns like this, but there needs to be a medium to long-term plan in the redevelopment of our stormwater drains. Otherwise, the day will come where we're going to have mass loss of lives. Madam Speaker, I'm sure even on this side, all members of Parliament are somewhat happy about the end-of-year mitigation program. But again, Prime Minister, rural constituencies, and those on that side who said they are happy, the seriousness of the flooding in the Kingston metropolitan area and St. Thomas doesn't say that there wasn't any damage in other parishes. Because while you were getting rain on a Friday in Kingston, St. Andrew and St. Thomas, rain in Manchester and St. Elizabeth started from the Wednesday. And I am seeing an increase of 20% more potholes on the roads in the parish of Manchester, not only Northwest. No, seriously, Prime Minister. Because when you look at what we have gotten now for patching, doesn't take into effect the inflation where asphalt is concerned. Because many of the roads, and you said that we need to sit down and study the roads properly before, but this is a drop in the bucket for rural constituencies. And I keep on saying your constituency can hold in Mile Gully 4 times compared to the rest of Northwest Manchester. And where the bushing is concerned, Prime Minister, you speak about the dengue. Bushing in this instance is also used as a mitigation towards the dengue. And what the rates are for that the National Works Agency uses for bushing in rural constituencies, again, will not cover much. Will not cover much. I don't know which constituency you're talking about, if you go there or not, but it will not cover much. This is a start, but I'm going to ask you, Prime Minister, to not only look at it as an end-of-year program, but there ought to be a maintenance program through the year. Because what we do get now as maintenance for patching first quarter, second quarter, one truckload of hot mix is about $1.5 million when you buy it and to lay it. So this $10 million is 6 loads. Not even drop in the bucket to many constituencies. And I said to you, I mentioned the opening of the highway. I mentioned, Madam Speaker, the opening of the highway, that the construction of highways should not be a substitute for the maintenance of our roads in our interlands and our secondary and B roads. Because of the lack of consistent patching of those roads, Prime Minister, it's still a bad outer road. I'm telling you. No, this is at start, but I'm telling you it's still a bad outer road. So I'm asking you to really look at a consistent mitigation or road rehabilitation program and mitigation program so that in the long run we don't spend more in the short term, but we do something that is more meaningful in the shorter term. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, I have 2 questions for you. The first is the housing repairs, which you mentioned earlier, to go through the Ministry of Housing. Prime Minister, we already do housing assistance through our CDF. and we have a form that persons come in, they bring invoices, if they need zinc, if they need a door, if they need some block and steel. And that is already in existence. My suggestion, I'm asking, not a suggestion. I'm asking, why don't you send that money to us as our CDF? And then, because they have the system already, it will trigger us to be able to do that. That's the first question. The second question, over the years that we've done this program over the Christmas period, and for some of us it is well, I think for everybody inside here, even though we're trying to know, the Prime Minister is changing the optics of it, and rightly so, perhaps. But what I have noticed, especially in the rural constituencies, Prime Minister, is when the verges, because it's an annual program, and many of us save up our CDF funds towards Christmas, and you can't even put a particular allocation because you now have a cap on what you use for bushing, for example. It is supposed to be labor intensive, and I'm using the CDF as a benchmark for my question to you. It's supposed to be labor intensive, but I can tell you that a lot of the people now don't want to be chopping, using weed whacker, and when the people come to certify the work, especially maybe right before Christmas, the NWA or the parish council says, we cannot certify this work because it not do good. So apart from having to cut the bush, they have to sweep it, pick up the garbage, plus bag it, rake it. A lot of the people are not doing the jobs the same way they did. I see the member from St. James looking at me because he knows what I'm talking is true. And perhaps we need to, Prime Minister, is there a way in you structuring this program? Because it is going to be very bureaucratic. Sometimes when we try to rearrange the funds, because some of us are in rural and you're in urban, and all of the funds are structured and have to be used in a very black and white manner. Is there a way for some flexibility in the program, for example, that, let us say, the verges, let us say, for example, in my constituency, if I choose, I am not running again in Southeast St. Anne, I have no desire to run anywhere else. The issue, Prime Minister, is if we, for example, decide to use a front-end loader or a backhoe to clear the verges, right? Is there a way that I can use the additional funds or the remaining funds to employ labor in another way? For example, if I choose to employ them under a verges program in terms of planting trees. What I'm trying to ask you, Prime Minister, is there a way that we can have flexibility in the program with the way the money is allocated? Because in the previous programs that you have announced, I think you always look at the program in terms of an urban constituency without recognizing the effects of what happens with rain, etc., in rural constituencies. Bush and verge and tree in a rural constituency is not the same as in a St. Kingston constituency. You have weed. You have some weed where grow up on the sidewalk. When you drive come a country, you can't drive sometime because it takes up half of the road. And some of the money that you give is really not enough. So sometimes we just have to figure out a better way. My people will tell me that, and see my friend there from Rada, Mr. Simpson will tell me that it's better you spray the weed, kill it from the root, make it dead, and it not grow back for about 6 months. So we have to, yeah. Mr. Simpson, our friend. All I'm saying to you is, Prime Minister, can we have some flexibility in the program? And can we also put the money for housing through the CDF?
Let me start with the member from Southeast St. Anne and her suggestion that we should direct the resources through the the CDF. It was my initial thought that we could have directed the resources there. Bear in mind that whenever we have done this, we have gone through the Ministry of Housing. No, I'm not denying that there is a delay. In fact, it is my concern when we were contemplating how to treat with it. The solution that I am seeing, envisioning, is that there could very well be a kind of collaboration between the two entities, because the issue here, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to inspect and verify that the beneficiaries are in need. Because, you know, when the Auditor General comes to look at the program, there are two kinds of audits which are carried out. I mean, one is the accounting financial audit. Was the money spent? Then there is the performance audit. Was it spent efficiently? Did the right people actually get it? All of these are issues that require that we have to have answers to questions that could be raised by members on your side when it comes to be reviewed. For example, were there enough officers to inspect the houses? And so what I'm saying, there is potential for collaboration because there is some capacity, but not enough in the CDF to do inspection. So they do have a beneficiary identification form, but they don't have officers that's their job, to go target and look at beneficiaries to see if the need proposed is the need that is...
Prime Minister, through the CDF, they don't necessarily inspect. And I don't think that the officers of the CDF, the point of order I'm making is that the officers of the CDF, those people who are put in the parishes, they don't inspect the houses. So therefore, with your leave, Mr. Speaker, it could be a simple process. Let the people take a picture of the damage or whatever it is. When they bring the invoices, once they sign the form, those forms go to the CDF, and they can investigate it that way. Once you over-bureaucratize the program by even joining the two places, it is going to be even slower.
Madam Speaker, I'm loath to get in Parliament a debate about administration because there is a separation. We set the policy and we'll have to leave it up to the... And I see it too, but we have to preserve how our government works. So what I would say, Mr. Speaker, is that the concern of the member is well-grounded and well-taken. I will definitely look into how efficiencies can be had for the program. And one way may be to have some of the staff of the CDF support the inspection staff, which is dedicated at the Ministry of Housing to do just that. So in order that the process of inspection moves quickly. So the member's point is taken, and I undertake, Mr. Speaker, to see how best we can move this process along quickly, particularly considering that the people who will need this, they need as a result of a disaster. And it could be, we don't know, that we may very well have more rains coming. So we need to get the benefit out to the people very quickly. Especially this one, yes. The member from Northwest said, oh, the flexibility, sorry. Mr. Speaker, the program is designed to give flexibility. But because of accounting issues, we have set minimum thresholds. Because Mr. Speaker, if we say that we have allocated money for debushing, for example, and MPs decide not to do any debushing in the program or to use it to do something else, then that raises an audit query. So there has to be a kind of threshold which preserves the definition of the program. That's why there's a threshold. Now, in terms of the flexibility, the member from St. Anne, Southeast, wanted to explore doing other things such as tree planting, you mentioned, or maybe creating sidewalks or something like that. I won't propose what those other things could be now, but I would say to the member that if you develop a program that is in keeping with what the letter that you have received said, which is what they would basically use to judge the program, which is to debush the area, remove overgrowth, and to ensure that the area is usable by pedestrians. Then once you meet that criteria and you work with your implementing agency, then it should be approved. You would understand, member, that it is very difficult for me to, on my feet, determine what the variations of the program could be. All right. Mr. Speaker, the member from Manchester Northwest raised the issue of the drainage study. We have a drainage study that was recently done, which I presented to this House maybe a year or two ago, my recollection. Yes. And that study will inform how the $40 billion that we have allocated, well, not allocated, but proposed to allocate over the next 2 budget cycles. Yes, 40. Yeah, man, 2 years ago. It's a drainage study, which, so the program which was announced in the last budget, in this budget, $40 billion over the next 2 budget cycles, the SPARK program, that drainage study will help to determine how the roads that have been selected, how those roads are going to be done in coordination with the drainage that is necessary. We announced a second drainage study, which was to be done, well, will be funded through the resources of the Montego Bay Perimeter Road project. And that is to deal with the North Gully and drainage in that side of the island. And that study is underway. The project is underway. You mentioned that when the road is built, it will create significant water flows that could flood communities. We have already accounted for that. And in fact, the road that is being built, both the perimeter road itself, the off-roads, and the Long Hill bypass, all of them are built with the necessary drainage to ensure that the communities that they straddle are protected. So I'm a bit more optimistic, member, about the impact of the road on the drainage, because we have built in the road package drainage, in addition to providing funds for a full drainage study for that corridor between St. James going all the way around Hanover and Westmoreland. My recollection of it is that that has started. There's the big issue of whether or not we should spend the money at the beginning of the hurricane season or at the end of the hurricane season. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that we have spent already, even without this, $300 million on mitigation. So members of parliament would have gotten somewhere in the region of about $2 million each already. And that is to ensure that your drains and some gully work is done to make sure that the drains are open and you have flows through your gullies. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, that we know that after the hurricane season, there will be need to do not just mitigation, but remediation. You will have to go and clean and clear. So I think we have the sequencing correct. So we have the sequencing correct. And the truth is, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of November, that is when you are really able to assess the damage that has been done by heavy rains and floods. And making this allocation is just in time, as I've said. It is necessitated by virtue of the ending of the hurricane season. And that is when you would really need the resources now to clear the drains, do the repairs in preparation for the first rainy season that is going to come in the new year, which is somewhere around April, thereabouts, we're looking at rain. So the member's concern is understood. that you want to spend the money to mitigate, but the truth is we have been doing some mitigation, but we will also have to spend and probably spend more in remediation. So I think the sequence of how we have it is correct. In terms of urban versus rural, I wish to inform the member from Centre and Southeast and the member from Northwest that I well understand the exigencies and the differences that we have to contemplate in rural constituencies. And I'm very sympathetic to that. The challenge is that I don't believe that the House would be in unison in terms of agreement that we should start to make allocations differently other than each seat getting the same. I think there has to be, I think we, because the member from Northwest, the member from Northwest Manchester points out that my constituency could fit geographically, physically, in just one area of his constituency. But I wish to remind the member that my constituency has far more people than his. So that's that's the issue. So we continue, Mr. Speaker, to make the allocations on equally per constituency. But we take the concern that is raised, that we have to devise programs specifically, particularly I can see for bushing. Mr. Speaker, when we drive around the country, we take note that the place does not appear to be as maintained as it should be. And I would give the commitment we have set up and have already established the Lengthman program. It has been already designed, ready to go, but each year, Mr. Speaker, we have had to reallocate the resources from that to deal with these eventualities, flooding and hurricanes and all kinds of other things. So what we have actually decided to do now is to increase our allocation so that we have this ongoing maintenance of major corridors to address the issue raised by the member from Northwest Manchester regarding special allocations for rural constituencies. So with those responses, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I thank the members. And I hope we all get through our projects very quickly so that the constituents and those who are seeking to benefit can get the benefit quickly.
Members, be reminded that the opposition spokesperson on the issue have made a presentation already, and so we're going to ask you to ask questions. Please, member from St. Catherine Eastern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, I just want you to know that while I have nothing against Ministry of Housing, there's much to be desired from that ministry. I still have money over a year now that has not been expended. Can't be because you have 2 officers dealing with about 6 to 8 parishes. But apart from that, the $50,000 that you have in terms of the $5 million, with approximate 50,000 recommended, and it can be more and it can be less. If you prolong this, inflation is going to eat up everything. So therefore, you might have nothing left for us to expend if we are dealing with Ministry of Housing. Well, I know Minister Clarke is going to agree with me in terms of that. I want to also know, Speaker, what period of time, Prime Minister, are you looking at for us to be able to expend this $5 million? And the 4th question is not to be mischievous. Do we really have the money now that we can use to carry out this program? No, I need to ask.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I have a question to ask. I can leave Ms. Daphne to deal with Uno. I wanted to ask Mr. Speaker, I see from what the Prime Minister has outlined that there are, 3 programs going through NWA, yeah? Yeah, and I was wondering, last year, I think it was just about this time, we came to Parliament and had a big announcement about a $40 million road program. I've heard the constituency presentation from a number of persons on that side speak about getting their roads done. As we speak today, the members from Southwest St. Andrew are still asking, and Southeast St. Andrew, and Eastern St. Catherine on this side. And yeah, at least those are still asking, where are we? I don't want this to then be a grand setup with the $22 million that's allocated for expenditure in December, plus the amount that you are allocating as well for housing assistance. I don't want it to be a grand setup. I am on the receiving end, so I can't talk like you, but I am talking as the MP for Southwest St. Andrew that faces every single day the questions about my road. I want to know if NWA has the capacity, the staff, to actually carry out the administration of the projects that we are asking them to oversee this year now, as well as those that are still outstanding from last year.
Prime Minister, like others, we're glad to hear the announcement, but will be more joyful when the delivery occurs. Like my colleague from Southwest St. Andrew, the NWA consistently report that they don't have the capacity currently. They tell me, Prime Minister, that the government has reduced the procurement officers that they once had. That's what is reported. No, I am only saying it to you as it's reported to me. That they don't have the capacity, that they have less than they had before. So when you allocate more money, as you did, to be honest with you, Prime Minister, it's like you announce more frustration. Because the expectations are there from what you announce, and the residents in the communities that you seek to repair, put on the program, forever nothing happens. Nothing happens. And even when you do the estimates, by the time they come around to do it, the contour of the road has changed tremendously. I have one such road under my CDF that NWA has to do. When I visited the location just last week with the contractor and the NWA representatives, they were shocked because the road they looked on 8 months ago when the estimate was prepared, it's not the same road they're looking on. It needs more money, and there is a set amount allocated. So what do I do? That is the conundrum that we face on a daily basis. So Prime Minister, we welcome the announcement, but if the personnel and the administrative apparatus is not sufficient, it don't amount to any. You don't ask me any question here. So I'm pleading to you, Prime Minister. The NWA, right, have a serious look. It falls under your ministry. It's making you look bad.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, first let me say I'm very sympathetic to all that has been said, because as a member of Parliament, I too experience it. If it is any comfort from the member from St. Andrews South, my $40 million road project has not started yet either. And it is what it is, Madam Speaker. The issue is procurement and to find the contractors. That is a real issue. The issue that you have mentioned, member from St. Catherine Southeast. I thought you were going home. Yeah. Member from St. Catherine South, yes, the NWA is under-resourced relative to the increased resources that we have given them to oversee. And a part of our strategic plan for the NWA is to, one, we will have to find a way to increase their staff, which has quite a bit to do with the compensation program that is ongoing. And we have to find a way to redesign our programs, particularly this large $40 billion Spark program, so that it can be implemented in a way that doesn't lead to frustration. So that is being developed now. In terms of the $40 million program per MP, I think we have gotten over the initial problems, and I would say that my last review of it is that I would say close to 30 MPs have gotten their projects in various phases. So projects have started, some have gone through procurement, some have gone through the other processes. So I would say, member, that it has not happened as fast as we would like, but the project is underway now. In terms of member, just remind me of your other concern. It was...
The Prime Minister has asked me to remind him of the question that I had asked him. Yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity to repeat the question, Prime Minister. I am asking you to make sure, I'm asking you whether or not this is again a grand setup in the sense that a year ago, no, that's the language I'm using because that's how I feel. I feel that I have been set up by virtue of the promises made and my inability to keep those promises.
I remember, forgive me, I actually made my notes and then... So, no, and the member, as usual, asks her question in a way to attract attention. Right, but no, and the member knows that the program is structured in two forms. So the first form is what you want to do before the end of the business for this year. So you want to be complete with your program by, I would say, the end of the first week in December, so that you can get pay by the end of the second week in December. No, two forms. So there's one form. So we would want to see that your bushing, your garbage collection, and your drain cleaning, that would be complete before end of business for December. For your road work, the standard that we have set is that it should be finished by the end of February, so that the $10 million program, that you want to complete that by the end of February. For the housing program, we would want you to complete that by the end of February, really, because of how the financial year, for the housing program. So we would want you to try and submit, in terms of your submission for the housing program, you know, we would say try and start submitting no, yeah, as quickly as you can. No, there's no cutoff time for your submission, except that you don't want the funds to have to be rolled over into the next budget. So that means that you want to, yeah, so you want to send in your project as quickly as possible. So your bushing, your cleaning and beautification, garbage removal, desilting, those projects you want to have them done before close of business in December.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Next to his feet will be the Minister and our Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, CD, MP, Minister of National Security.
Discussion on the Christmas goodies. You give me a hardcore statement on crime, but it's not so bad this evening. Madam Speaker, I'm taking us in the proposed amendments to the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022. It's a new piece of legislation, but they have really had the first real trial on the position simplicity only, I think, completed a couple of weeks ago. And the true test of any piece of new legislation, it's a criminal legislation which impacts on individuals' liberty and the rights of society, is really trial, when the judges will, their own interpretation, and a few anomalies appeared in this particular trial, and the DPP made some submissions to the ministry, and the public response as well to the particular sentencing recently carried out. And the Prime Minister gave some instructions, but I had some discussion with my own team in the ministry. In furtherance of this, government's commitment to continue to work towards addressing the high level of crime and violence and strengthen the country's national security architecture, I rise at this time to provide a statement on the Honourable House and some of the proposed amendments of the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022. You'll recall, Madam Speaker, that the Act repealed and replaced the Firearms Act to provide more particularly for the prohibition, restriction or regulation as may be appropriate of firearms and ammunition and for connected matters. And I think the critical area was, of course, the definition of illegal weapons as prohibited weapons. The Honourable House will also recall that the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022 was passed in the House of Parliament in September 2022. It was the hallmark of a piece of legislation came into effect on 1st of November 2022 and represents the most significant advancement made by the government in its move to tackle the scourge of crime, gun-related violence in our society. The Act creates a regime that prohibits weapons, certain firearms and ammunition, and activities relating to prohibited weapons, and strengthen the penalties for offences relating to prohibited weapons and prohibited activities, distinct from the regime for the treatment of firearms and ammunition that may be licensed and the activities in relation to these weapons under the regulatory framework. Honourable House may also recall that the Act introduced mandatory minimum sentences that are appropriately dissuasive and commensurate for the type of offence committed, particularly with respect to prohibited weapons. These sentences were welcomed by the public, which recognized the possession of a prohibited weapon as a fundamental foundation on which other heinous and violent crimes are committed. Madam Speaker, over the past year, the Act has been tested in our courts, and some anomalies have been identified in the legislation by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions or the prosecuting attorneys, which I will highlight later in the statement. These anomalies were evident, in particular, following the recent judgment on the matter of Rex versus Atlee Murray, which led to the press release by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, providing clarity on the sentence passed in the Act for the offences of possession of prohibited weapon and unauthorized possession of ammunition. In the reference matter, the DPhil has further signaled the office's intention to appeal the judgment of the court. Madam Speaker, the Honourable House is asked to note that following the press release by the ODPP and contingent on the directive of the Prime Minister to undertake amendment to Section 5 of the Act with respect to possession of a prohibited weapon, the Ministry of National Security convened a meeting on the 16th of November with several key stakeholders and ministries, departments, and agencies, including the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Office of the Parliamentary Council, Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine, Ballistic Section, the Firearms Licensing Authority, Jamaica Constitutional Force Legal Branch, the Ministry of Justice, and the Honourable Minister of Justice was in attendance by video. Madam Speaker, the main intent of the meeting was to discuss the proposed increase to the penalty that may be imposed under Section 5, possession of a prohibited weapon. The existing penalty is imprisonment for such term of not less than 15 years nor more than 25 years, as the court considers appropriate. Consideration is now being given to the penalty being a maximum sentence of life imprisonment, which was the original policy statement, with a mandatory minimum of not less than 20 years. Madam Speaker, this would mean that the court would have the discretion to impose a sentence within a range of the highest sentence being life, the lowest being 20 years. So some discretion is left with the court, but it's a matter that we feel a strong message that to be sent out to the wider public and to those who are seeking to be involved in this kind of criminal activity. It will have some dissuasive action. As it relates to the time to be served before being eligible for parole, further consideration is also being given to oust the jurisdiction of the Parole Act and make specific provision for the person to serve 20 years before being eligible. Madam Speaker, this is a statement on policy, intention, and we'll be coming to further discussion as we proceed with the legal teams. Madam Speaker, as indicated earlier, a submission was made by the Officer Director of Public Prosecution highlighting operational anomalies within the Act in the court, which led to a broader discussion and reference a number of small issues that need to be corrected, but important in the overall application of this particular piece of legislation. After the discussion, it was agreed that the following additional amendments were also urgently required. 1. The deeming provision. This seeks to reintroduce a provision similar to Section 25B of the Repeal Act, where it is proved that an accused has in his possession, under his control, any vehicle or other thing in or on which any firearm is found, he shall, in the absence of a reasonable explanation, be deemed to be in possession of an illegal weapon. Madam Speaker, the AGC has further proposed that the new provision be restricted to a prohibited weapon. 2, the notice requirement. To reintroduce a provision similar to Section 46(8)(2) of the Repeal Act for a requirement for notice of an intention to put into evidence the certificate of the expert of the Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine to be served on the defendant within 3 clear days. 3, the signatory of certificate Section 1014 to provide for the ballistic expert who is gazetted as the main signatory on the certificate required for that proceeding, for the trial proceedings. This of current law indicates the director of the Institute of Forensic Science, who may be a microbiologist, a physician, a biochemist. It is necessary that we make that amendment to ensure that the expert in forensic is the gazetted individual that will have the authority to sign. 4, the authorization of the Commission of Police to amend Section 32C of the Act by making it a requirement for either the Commissioner or a designated officer of the Jamaica Constable Force to mark a firearm for evidentiary purposes. This being proposed to ensure administrative efficiency in the investigative process. Currently, it is the Commissioner of Police, and obviously that would involve the too cumbersome. The definition of an automatic firearm, again, there seems to have been a bit of a defect in the language, and this fact we need to be more specific and sharpen our definition of a number of these items which fall under the prohibited weapons section. To expand the interpretation section of the Act to reflect the firing action of more modern automatic firearms, which the existing provision did not adequately capture. The DPhil further proposes, and a matter which had to be discussed. We had extensive discussion in Joint Select, but we'll look at it given the proposed amendment that was first that I referred to on sentencing relating to possession of prohibited weapon. To consequentially amend the Plea Negotiation Act to introduce a discount on sentencing where the defendant pleads guilty as an incentive. Currently, on the Firearms Act, it is the defendant must provide assistance to the Crown. This proposal is being advanced as a measure of reduce the backlog in the courts. Madam Speaker, this amendment is being done in conjunction with and in approval of the Ministry of Justice. It will have to be discussed further. 9, the Honourable House is asked to note that consultation and collaboration with the Office of Director of Public Prosecution, the legal department within the government, the Jamaica Consular Force, Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine, and the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs remain ongoing with a view to give effect to these amendments within a reasonable time. Indeed, the Prime Minister asked us to make the initial amendment to Section 5 by mid-December. In view of the recommendations here and the nature of the amendments suggested, I'm giving the statement to indicate we will complete the process by the end of January. But it would be pointless to make one single amendment and come back with another 4 or 5 small amendments. The suggested amendments are all worded for consideration before the 5-year review period of the Act. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister requests that the Ministry undertake the amendment of Section 5 of the Act by December 2023. However, in light of the additional amendments being proposed, it is likely that the process leading to the presentation to Parliament will be completed in January 2024, which means through Cabinet, through the required drafting, and then back to the House. The government wishes to re-emphasize, Madam Speaker, that this ultimate test of any legislation is in the courts. Most of the suggestions for amendment, I think, would not be particularly controversial, and this bill went through an extensive down select, so it should be able to get it through on the time frame I've indicated. I look forward to this Honourable House supporting the proposed amendments to the Firearms Act and bringing this into, make it a much nicer bit of legislative.
Opposition Leader, member from St. Andrews Southern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thought the Minister would be bringing the bill today. But what we have here is a statement of a series of amendments which will be brought, hopefully by the end of January, we will see. It's clear that the Act has some issues and critical provisions such as Section 5 need to be fixed. I had pointed out in my contribution to the debate on the bill the impact that this legislation was going to have on the progress that has been made in clearing the backlog of cases in the criminal justice system over the last 10 years, which have been significantly aided by a well-structured system of incentives to encourage persons to plead guilty if they're guilty as soon as possible once the case enters the court system. The way in which this legislation was drafted put a spanner in the works there, and especially with the very high mandatory minimum sentences that it imposes, creates a tremendous incentive on defendants to go to trial and take their chances. And no doubt would also be an incentive for other activities that might tend to obstruct the course of justice at a trial. So I am glad to hear that something is to be done. I'm not clear yet what that will be, and we want to see the legislation when it comes. But it's very critical that we do not create a disincentive to persons pleading guilty in firearms cases. The judicial system, the court system cannot cope with matters, all matters coming in ending up going to trial, or a very high percentage of them. We all know in the US, not that I'm suggesting there should be a model by any means, but in the US, a small fraction of cases end up going to trial. Most are settled via pleas. And our justice system is significantly less resourced than the US system. Indeed, we're hearing that trials are being compromised because court reporters are taking action. They feel significantly disillusioned by the terms and conditions of their employment, and this is a major problem in the justice system which needs to be addressed by the minister quickly. But, you know, sometimes when we point things out in this House, when legislation is being passed, we're not scoring political points. We're bringing a clear textual analysis of what was a very complex bill. That farms legislation is complicated. The way it is drafted is complicated. And so I am not surprised that so soon after it comes into effect, you're going to have to make substantial amendments to it. And I would certainly not wait the 5 years. I agree. Do it as quickly as possible so that it can hopefully have the beneficial impact that was intended in terms of getting crime and violence down by providing a major deterrent to the use of illegal guns. So, Madam Speaker, we look forward to receiving the legislation. I hope that the January target will be met. And, of course, the devil is in the details, and we will look at those details carefully when we see the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Opposition Leader. The member from St. James West Central, Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. You have a question, Madam?
Madam Speaker, I seek your leave for the suspension of the standing order, which requires a question, to enable me to just make a comment on the matter. Madam Speaker, I think
Minister, we are going to stick to the standing orders and the process.
Well, I will ask a question after.
Yes, Madam Minister, please ask a question.
Madam Speaker, it is reportedly said in this House that the importance of the backlog reduction strategy and its link to plea bargaining is repeatedly highlighted. But, Madam Speaker, reducing backlog is an important part of the work that has to be done in the courts because of the high level of crime and violence. But I think we send the wrong message to the people when we link the backlog reduction strategy to sentencing, because a sentence must be proportionate, not lenient nor draconian. And every time I hear the issue being raised about using a plea without more to clear backlog, it sends the wrong signal to a society that is so riddled with crime, which results in a high level of prosecution and a high number of cases in our court. So my question to the Honourable Minister is, how soon will the bill come to Parliament?
Minister of National Security.
The bill will be in Parliament by the end of January, as I said, indicated that in looking at the particular issue that brought a review, which was the sentencing and what happened in the particular case, we're looking at amending one particular section, a very short amendment by this week, but we decided we'd have to do a number of other things to make the bill stronger and better. But I have to agree with the Minister. The backlog of incarceration cannot be cleared by necessarily plea bargaining. And furthermore, we keep referring to the United States, our neighbor in the north. It has one of the highest incarceration rates in the world, and especially of members of the minority population in the United States. Jamaica has one of the lowest incarceration rate in the region. So the fact is that there's no challenge yet in terms of, well, I'm not sure what the backlog is causing, because there's not a big challenge in terms of the number of people incarcerated. We may need some more space to proceed, yes, and we need better space. We have accepted that, and we are proceeding to make some investment in that area. Our correctional service without any issue, though. But the bill which we have brought here, which as the leader of the opposition accepts, is a very complex bill. It went in some new directions, and we expected that coming out of trial, as the judges established their own jurisprudence philosophy, we would have to make some changes. And this is what has come out of this particular trial, and we accept the recommendation out of the meeting with the Officer Director of the Public Prosecution. We'll make sure we make the correction. But indeed, too, you notice that the minimum for it is being increased, so we'll look for levels of plea bargaining. If in those who give assistance to the ground will obviously get a better deal than those who just plead guilty to get a lighter sentence. That's what you're asking for, and I don't think that'd be appropriate messaging to the public. To just say we're going to make it easy. Say, yes, I had a gun, and you send him home. It is not irrational. Firearms at this point in time in the country's history is a weapon of mass destruction in Jamaica. We still have a high incidence. When other crimes are going down significantly, the police are apprehending more criminals, they're disrupting gangs. There's an easy access to firearms, and everybody sees it as almost an act of pride to own a firearm by the time you can handle it and hold it in your hand, and as a source of power. With social program will seek to change that behavior and that sensitivity, but in the meantime, there are hundreds of firearms out there. We have to dissuade those who have them from using them. I am keeping them in their possession, and that's what the intention of the bill is, and therefore we have to retain very strong sentencing guidelines. We legislate because of the social conditions and the challenges we face out there, and the judge will interpret and execute according to the requirements of the legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. Last but not least is our statement from Honorable Dr. Christopher Tufton, Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In keeping with the common practice of being the last speaker, I'll be brief because I know members are in a hurry to depart, having looked at the clock on the wall. Madam Speaker, today, as the Minister of Health and Wellness, I stand before you with some levels of enthusiasm to announce a significant transformation in our healthcare system. This development, Madam Speaker, marks a crucial step towards improving healthcare accessibility, especially for Jamaicans in rural and underserved areas. In 2021, I announced in this Honorable House the formation of a committee chaired by Professor Eldemire Shearer to examine the issue of granting prescriptive authority to advanced practice registered nurses, or APRNs for short. This committee, Madam Speaker, engaged extensively with stakeholders, resulting in a report that has paved the way for a unique model of prescriptive authority for advanced practice registered nurses tailored to our Jamaican context. Under this model, Madam Speaker, colleagues, family nurse practitioners and mental health psychiatric nurse practitioners in government health facilities and the University Hospital of the West Indies will be granted prescriptive authority under very specific conditions. Psychiatric nurse practitioner according to established clinical protocols once the patient's condition is within the scope of practice and clinical management level of the family nurse practitioner and mental health psychiatric nurse practitioner. A long statement, but in effect, simply put, certain actions are permitted once it is guided by a physician. If signs and symptoms do not respond to treatment as expected, the patient will be referred to the medical officer. Madam Speaker, today I'm pleased to announce that Cabinet, having considered this proposal that has been in the making for a few years with significant consultations, has approved the issuance of drafting instructions to the Chief Parliamentary Council for amendments to the Nurses and Midwives Act and the Pharmacy Act to accommodate the registration and licensure of advanced practice registered nurses, APRNs, encompassing family nurse practitioners, mental health psychiatric nurse practitioners, and nurse anesthetists. It is also important to highlight that regarding the nurse anesthetist, the ministry is not pursuing prescriptive authority at this time. Instead, the focus is on accommodating their licensure and registration under a legal framework, recognizing the advanced training and critical role they play in patient care. This milestone underscores, Madam Speaker, the government's commitment to healthcare excellence. Despite the success, it is to be noted, of the nurse practitioner program initiated in 1977, these professionals have not been recognized under the Nurses and Midwives Act. Madam Speaker, the amendments go beyond mere adjustments to acts. They signify a dynamic evolution of our healthcare system to meet the diverse needs of our population. Madam Speaker, in many of our deep rural health centers, these are the only stable personnel and oftentimes have to administer care with some consultation, remote consultation, but nevertheless have the training to provide very good clinical assessment and diagnosis, and this additional authority will allow them to complete that cycle in a safe and patient-centric way. Therefore, the amendments to the Nurses and Midwives Act are multifaceted, Madam Speaker. They seek to accommodate the licensure and registration of APRNs, regulate the registration, licensure, and training of APRNs, and uphold proper standards of professional conduct among individuals registered under the Nurses and Midwives Act. A critical aspect of the proposed change pertains to the Pharmacy Act. Currently, certain provisions restrict prescriptive authority to specific categories of healthcare professionals, excluding APRNs. The amendments, Madam Speaker, to the Pharmacy Act will address this limitation, allowing family nurse practitioners and mental health psychiatric nurse practitioners in government health centers and at the University Hospital of the West Indies to prescribe approved pharmaceuticals. These amendments are vital, in our view, in addressing the pressing issues of non-communicable diseases, Madam Speaker, in Jamaica, which I remind members, over 7 of every 10 Jamaicans suffer from a non-communicable disease and die from the 4 major NCDs: cancers, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and chronic lower respiratory disease. This alarming reality underscores the urgency of our healthcare system in adapting to meet the evolving needs of our population. In other words, what we're seeking to do is to upskill existing categories of healthcare specialists to provide more services, more responses to a population that has a sick profile that spans rural, urban, right across the country. Madam Speaker, therefore, the proposed amendments to the legislative framework are not just timely, in my view, they're long overdue. They are also very essential as part of the reforming of our health services, which we have been embarking on as an administration. Empowering APRNs with the ability to prescribe, especially in rural areas, is a significant step towards improving patient outcomes and delivering more comprehensive care. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, these amendments represent, from our perspective, a progressive step towards a more inclusive and effective healthcare system by acknowledging the expertise of APRNs and granting them the necessary authority. We're not only enhancing their roles, but also ensuring a healthier future for all Jamaicans. This moment, Madam Speaker, I will describe as a landmark moment which aligns with our National Development Plan and the vision for health. As we embark on these reforms, Madam Speaker, Jamaica not only becomes a place of choice to live, to work, to raise families, and to do business, but is now poised to become a beacon of healthcare excellence, Madam Speaker, which we must applaud and give support. I look forward, Madam Speaker, to working with my colleagues and other stakeholders, many of whom have already been consulted, as contained in a very thick document based on the committee led by Professor Eldemire Shearer. And Cabinet, in its wisdom, has given the go-ahead to advance this process, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister Tufton. The opposition spokesperson, a member from St. Mary's Central, Dr. Guy will respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have listened to the presentation by the Minister, and the first thing that jumps out at me, and I must commend you, Minister, for continuity, because your records at the Ministry will indicate that this particular program started or conceptualized, was in the making from the former Minister 2012 to 2016 was at the Ministry. And in fact, Minister, I will tell you that as a practicing physician at the time, although a member of this House, I was called to consultation at the Medical Association of Jamaica as it relates to this. And that, Minister, was because there was a pushback by the medical practitioners in giving prescriptive rights to family nurse practitioners. But you did indicate in your statement that this program started in 1977, which was family nurse practitioner program started in 1977, which was appropriate for the time, because at that particular point in time, the country did not have all the medical professionals to deal with the cases that were presented at health centers. And the program of family nurse practitioners took off and served the country well then. As you did indicate in your statement, we are at a different time now where we need to give them that level of autonomy to do certain prescriptions after they have been diagnosed by the medical officer. I am happy that you have indicated, and you did in, I think it was a sectoral presentation of 2022, indicated that this committee was being formed and headed by Professor Meyer. And within the composition of that committee, I think the Registrar for the Medical Council of Jamaica, the Registrar for the Pharmacy Council, the Nursing Council, the Chief Nursing Officer, and other stakeholders. And what it suggests, with you bringing the statement here today, is that some amount of consensus has been reached, and that there has now come the time for this to be given, prescriptive rights to be given to family nurse practitioners and mental health psychiatric nurse practitioners. There are some questions that are to be asked and others to be asked when the bill is tabled. But part of the challenge that exists now, and we appreciate that there needs to be more intervention, and particularly in light of some of the social media postings that we have been seeing from you about real events, the level of mental concerns, for want of a better word, in the country now. The increased levels of depression, anxiety, and the other mental health diseases that is afflicting the nation now calls for a greater intervention. And I think that the fact that they have been given prescriptive rights now will help in terms of the treatment, which many of them do not get at the time when they require it and desire. That particular program has worked well in the United States of America, and it's not that we're aping it. And I'm happy to recognize that you have indicated that it is to be suited for our environment here, Minister. The questions that I want to ask, Minister, is how many of the family nurse practitioners and mental health psychiatric nurse practitioners we have in the country? Because there was a time when the program, because there were uncertainties about the program, that the training had tapered off. What is the level of supervision that is going to be exercised in diagnosis? I see where you said a diagnosis has to be made, so they will be mainly responsible for continuity of care. Are they going to be only in those chronic care clinics, such as the hypertensive, the diabetic clinics, and those other chronic care clinics? Will they be working in areas that are not supervised by physicians? And I mean in clinics, because there are some health centers where they are not necessarily health centers that are having clinics for diabetes, hypertension, but health centers that people walk off the street. And in as much as we appreciate their training and so, the concern will exist that will they be allowed to work, thank you, Madam Speaker, carte blanche in the institutions.
Member Guy?
Yes, Madam.
Unless you give me a signal, I will have to say your time for speaking has
I'll
expired.
be very brief now, Madam Speaker. Finishing off.
That's why.
2 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Minister, these are some of the concerns we have. And as I said to you, that when the bill comes, there will be other concerns based on what the legislation is proposed to be there. But in all, we think it's a good, provided it's properly supervised, it's a good measure to give this amount of legal stature to those individuals who have been working the system over the years, have been providing a level of care. But my concern, as is all of the persons affected, the level of supervision that will be given, and that they will not be going outside the areas that are outside their lane. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Member Guy. Minister?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for his contribution. And, you know, while I think a lot of work has been done over the last 2 years, the issue has been discussed well beyond the last 8 years. The decision-making, however, has been stalled for various reasons. And the member is correct. Not everybody agrees with the position. There are many physicians, many of whom I have spoken to, others who take a different view, who are opposed. And so I do anticipate some pushback to the decision that the government is now proceeding with. And I appreciate the member's support, and I solicit his further support when that pushback should present itself. And he may be more effective in that argument, given that he's a practicing physician. And if he's on my side, or on our side, on the side of the cause, then I believe we will have a very strong argument together. And I want to appreciate him for that. There are approximately 44 APRNs and 17 in the mental health field. So you're looking at about 61 currently. So it's not a great number. But I do believe that this will pave the way for more. A lot of those involved have long wished for this day to come, and others have been discouraged because it was not the case. So I think this is a good start. The reality is that in some instances, many of them are the single stable symbol in some of the very deep rural health centers. And so to the extent that they have had to act on their own based on their clinical training, I am prepared to say a number of times I believe they have, just that they were not officially authorized to prescribe any at all. But I do believe that the use of technology in helping to diagnose and to support with the physician, wherever that physician is, has been a standard practice. So I say to the member, you will find times when they are alone, because this is the case now. But what is going to be very important in this new dispensation is that the appropriate protocols be established, and that those protocols are captured in legislation where breaches can be cited if necessary, hopefully not, and where guidance is very specific, predictable, and is scientifically proven to work. And let's be clear, as you have said, this is not only a Jamaica practice. There are many countries in the world where APRNs are able to do limited prescriptive rights. In our case, the effectiveness of our primary healthcare system, I think, will be bolstered by them being out there. They could be in the hospitals too. I did speak to the University Hospital of the West Indies. So it could be both at the secondary and the primary level. But I think more will come out, Madam Speaker, in the discussion around the legislative changes. So I believe the member will be better comforted, if you will, or certainly allowed to make his input when that time comes. We are going to move hastily with this because we think the time has come for this. And I believe we can all hail this as a significant progress in the expansion and the reforming of healthcare, particularly at the primary level. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Announcements?
Laid on the table of the House today are copies of the annual report of the National Education Trust for the period 2021-2022 and annual report of the National Council on Education for the period 2018-2019.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions, motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the House, motion for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, public business. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, there's a single item of public business this evening, and it relates to an act to amend the Agriculture Produce Act, and will be piloted by the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, Honorable Floyd Green. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I don't wish to...
Hold on a moment. Hold on a minute, House member from East Kingston and Port Royal. Do you have a point of order?
Madam Speaker, it is indeed a point of order because, and I think as Leader of Opposition Business...
Member and Leader of Opposition Business, I would want to think that if your point of order is on a presentation not yet made by the Minister, that we would allow the Minister first in the event that your issue he would preempt in his presentation, and then you take it from there after he has done his bill.
But it is just that, Madam Speaker, when the Minister gets up to address the bill, he has that opportunity, and then the next opportunity is to close the bill. I'm suggesting that we do not take that course in relation to this bill. This bill having such far-reaching consequences in relation to the agricultural sector. It's a simple bill.
And respectfully, I would say, Leader of Opposition Business, respectfully, I would ask that we allow the Minister to make his presentation in respect of the bill, and then you are allowed to take part in the debate and raise the issues you would like to raise respectfully. So would you be so kind as to allow us to operate in that order? Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam.
Opposition Leader of Government Business. Minister of Agriculture. In good order, Minister, I prefer that we start the debate as is required, and then members make their valued contributions. Agreed. Thank you, Minister.
Agreed. Madam Speaker, for years, across different administrations, we have spoken about making significant amendments to the Agricultural Produce Act, largely with the intention of helping us to tackle predatory larceny. Today, Madam Speaker, I'm honored to rise in this House to commence the debate on a bill to amend the Agricultural Produce Act. Madam Speaker and members, the Agricultural Produce Act was enacted in 1926 to regulate trade and movement in agricultural produce. The Act is fundamental in the fight against predatory larceny because all our work with law enforcement has shown us that it is in the movement and transportation of agricultural produce that these criminals are most susceptible. The police are able to have their greatest impact in capturing those who trade in agricultural produce, those who prey upon our farmers, especially our livestock farmers. Madam Speaker, this bill, which we had tabled a few weeks ago, while not a panacea for predatory larceny, is a critical element in the toolkit. And for the past 3 years, Madam Speaker, we have set about to strengthen our fight against predatory larceny. We have established 7 units across police divisions. This year alone, the police have conducted over 7,000 predatory larceny focused patrols. They have done over 80,000 vehicle searches. They have arrested 59 people and have 96 cases before the court. However, Madam Speaker, this Parliament has to send a clear, unequivocal message that we will play our part in rooting out predatory larceny from the Jamaican society. The good news, Madam Speaker, is that we have the tool. We have had the tool from 1926. But the tool, Madam Speaker, needs to be sharpened. The tool needs to be used to help our farmers and fishers who suffer at the hands of these criminals. This government will get it done. So, Madam Speaker, for almost 100 years, the Agricultural Produce Act has outlined a scheme for the registration, licensing, receipts, book, produce book, and carrier's license for the transportation of agricultural produce. It also, Madam Speaker, defines agricultural produce. As you would expect, however, with the passage of time and the evolution of our agricultural sector, there is a need for a wide scheme of amendments to address loopholes in the law. Importantly, to strengthen the penalties and provide an easy way for action. The amendments, therefore, members, seek to strengthen the regime while ensuring that it specifically exempts the small farmer, those who are farming for households and who are trading in non-commercial quantities. What the amendments seek to treat with are a couple of the problems that we have seen over the years. Over the years, the farmers have complained that they do not have enough access to the receipt books because by law, the receipt books were only issued by the JS. And as such, the JS doesn't have the reach anymore to ensure that the farmers, over 200,000 of them, have the access. One of the things you will see in these amendments is that we're treated with the access to the receipt book by ensuring that the ministry can identify the entity to issue the receipt books. And already, RADA would be one of those entities that would have now the power and the capacity to issue those receipt books. And as you know, we have a RADA office in every single parish and a series of extension officers, so it would give the farmers more access. One of the challenges that the old law had, Madam Speaker, is while it dealt with those who farm and sell, it never dealt truly with what we call purveyors, resellers, those who buy from the farmer and then sell to somebody else. And oftentimes that person may then sell to somebody else. We never had a scheme to capture that information. This act now provides a scheme where those purveyors, those dealers, have to be licensed if you're going to treat with the purchasing of agricultural produce. And additionally, in the scheme, clearly, it will stipulate where the produce was sourced, in what quantities, and it gives our agricultural produce inspectors more power. Additionally, Madam Speaker, agricultural produce is defined under the 1926 Act, and that is what provides the scope for the ministry and agencies like RADA to provide assistance. In other words, if you were not defined as an agricultural produce, then we could not offer assistance even if you were farming that area, that crop. So, Madam Speaker, one of the big changes that you will see is that some agricultural crops that we updated the definition of agricultural produce to include agricultural crops that were left out. So things like bamboo were not a part of our Agricultural Produce Act. In this new amendment, we will be able to provide support and to help stimulate the bamboo sector. Grass. Why is grass important? Critical for animal feed. It is a big crop worldwide, but again, you could not get any support to drive grass production to help with the development of our small ruminant sector. Mushrooms. Again, big area with tremendous potential that we have to take advantage of, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries will lead that charge. And there are more that you will hear when I go through the clause by clause. But, Madam Speaker, probably the biggest area of change comes from what we will be doing in amending the penalties. Because, Madam Speaker, what would happen is that when our police go out and work and they capture somebody who is transporting stolen agricultural produce, and they charge them under this act and put them before the court, the maximum fine was $250,000. And the maximum time in prison was 3 months. Under these new amendments, we have moved that to $3 million or 3 years in prison if you are caught and charged under this act. So, Madam Speaker, this government is serious about stamping out predial larceny. And as I go into the clause by clause, Madam Speaker, let me just remind this House that we've been speaking about this for over a decade. In fact, at least 15 years. We have been through multiple consultations. We have met with farmers groups right across the length and breadth of Jamaica. We've put it through the predial larceny unit. We've put it through our internal legal team. We've put it through the AG's chambers. We've gone back. We've put it back. We've come back. We've gone to cabinet. The time for action is now. We have talked about it for years, Madam Speaker. What is needed now is action. And I ask that we resist any calls to delay this process. The farmers and our fishers deserve action. Madam Speaker, I want to assure you that the ministry will be embarking on a massive sensitization drive once this bill has gone through all its stages and the upper house. We will ensure that all our stakeholders are aware of the provisions, and this will be critical as they join us in the fight against predial larceny. Madam Speaker, I will now embark on a clause-by-clause breakdown of the bill. Again, Madam Speaker, the bill when enacted will strengthen and modernize the Principal Act. We're not repealing the Principal Act, Madam Speaker, we're amending the Principal Act. to effectively regulate the trade and movement of agricultural produce. The bill will update the Principal Act and bring it in line with modern agricultural practices that will make the law more applicable with the incorporation of stringent provisions that will serve to deter the crime of predial larceny. Madam Speaker, Clause 1 deals with the short title and construction and indicates how the bill will be construed when read, and that is for the bill to be read as one with the Principal Act. Clause 2 deals with the amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act. And the clause intends to amend Section 2 of the Principal Act, which deals with the interpretation, by placing in the correct alphabetical sequence the definitions of aquaculture, authority, certificate of registration, chief inspector of produce, commercial significance, criminal record report, dealer's license, director, fish, indigenous herbs and spices, licensed dealer, marine products, prescribed produce, produce book, and relevant enactment. Clause 2 will also be amended by deleting the current definitions for agricultural produce, contract, dealer, exporter, place, and unmarketable fruit, and substituted it thereof with new definitions. We will also replace the word specifically protected produce with the term agricultural produce wherever it appears in the Act. Clause 3, Madam Speaker, deals with the repeal and replacement of Section 2A of the Principal Act. This clause will replace the same with new sections 2A and 2B with marginal notes on restrictions on engaging in trade or business of growing or rearing agricultural produce and application for registration, respectively. In effect, the new provision mandates that a license in accordance with the Act must be procured by persons who engage in the trade or business of growing or rearing agricultural produce with certain exceptions. Madam Speaker, it is worth noting that the exemptions include any activity which yields or involves a quantity of agricultural produce which is sufficient for consumption by the grower and the grower's household or too small to be of commercial significance. This is not trying to treat with the regular operations of smallhold farmers, but really the commercial activity of trading in agricultural produce. Madam Speaker, persons will be required to apply to the authority to be registered under the Act, and the authority being the Rural Agricultural Development Authority. Clause 4 deals with the repeal and replacement of Section 3 of the Principal Act. This clause intends to repeal Section 3 and replace it with a new Section 3 with a marginal note license. The clause requires inter alia that any person intended to engage in or who is engaged in the trade or business of buying, selling, or exporting agricultural produce to be licensed as a dealer. The holder of such a license will be permitted to enter upon premises of the grower or the producer to buy agricultural produce. In Clause 5, it repeals Section 4 of the Principal Act, which deals with the application for license, to replace same with a new Section 4 with marginal note application for license. This clause provides for the documents which are to accompany the application for license under Section 3. Madam Speaker, one of the things that we want to stamp out is if you're going to trade in agricultural produce, if you're going to buy and sell agricultural produce, then you should not have been convicted of a crime that involves theft, predial larceny of agricultural produce. And as such, this amendment will ensure that those who have been convicted of those offenses can't deal and buy and sell agricultural produce. They cannot get a license under this Act. Clause 6 intends to repeal Section 5, where we had resident magistrate to deal with application and to replace same with a new Section 5, grounds for refusal of license. And this clause invests the authority with the power to refuse to grant a dealer's license to an applicant who has been convicted of an offense under the Predial Larceny Prevention Act or any other relevant enactment within a specific period prior to the date of the application. Clause 7 deals with the refusal of a license and replaces same with a new section 6 with marginal note certificate from the Chief Inspector of Produce. This clause provides for a certificate for the Chief Inspector of Produce to be obtained by a person licensed as a dealer who wishes to export any prescribed produce. Clause 8 intends to repeal Section 7 of the Principal Act, which deals with the power of the resident magistrate to suspend or revoke the license, and to replace it with a new Section 7 with the marginal note license to export. This clause proposes that any person wishing to export any animal byproduct or product shall apply in accordance with Section 8 of the Meat and Meat Producers and Meat Byproducts to the board for an export license. Again, Madam Speaker, these clauses are really modernizing the scheme that we already have, because we had already gone to the stage where if you're looking to export meat or you're looking to export agricultural produce, you have to go to our various entities such as the Veterinary Services Division or our Plant Quarantine Division. Clause 9 intends to repeal Section 8 of the Principal Act and to replace same with a new Section 8 that provides for the cancellation of registration of a dealer by the authority in certain circumstances, to include if they were convicted of an offense involving predial larceny. Clause 10 seeks to replace Section 9 with a new Section 9 with the marginal note cancellation of dealer's license. This clause proposes that where the holder of a dealer license is convicted of an offense involving predial larceny, farm theft, or any offense under a relevant enactment, the authority shall cancel said license and notify the dealer in writing, stating the reasons thereof, together with their right to appeal. Clause 11 amends Section 10 of the Principal Act, which deals with notice board to be affixed to the premises by deleting the words produce and class. Clause 12 intends to amend Section 11 of the Principal Act, which deals with the produce book to be kept. By deleting subsection 1, the substitution thereof proposes every licensed dealer who purchases agricultural produce shall keep a book of record to record time of purchase, including the details of name, address of the owner of the produce, date of purchase, description of the produce, weight, number, grade, quantity of the produce, price paid for the produce, and the name of address of the person from whom the produce was received. Again, Madam Speaker, when the police stop people who are transporting agricultural produce, it is critical, if we're going to treat with predial larceny, that they have these documentations, so we can genuinely say that they purchased it from a farmer. The book shall be kept open at all reasonable hours for inspection by a constable, inspector, or any other person so authorized under any enactment for the time being in force relating to predial larceny. Clause 13 intends to repeal entirely Section 12 of the Principal Act, which deals with purchases of produce to be made on premises. Clause 14, this clause seeks to amend Section 13 of the Principal Act, which deals with production of license for inspection by deletion of the word justice. Clause 15 will repeal Section 14 of the Principal Act, which deals with receipt to be issued to the purchaser, and replace same with a new Section 14 with the marginal note receipt or invoice for agricultural produce. Madam Speaker, this clause mandates that a receipt or credit invoice is required for the carrying of any agricultural produce on water, highway, or public road. The receipt or credit invoice shall be issued by the vendor or the grower of the agricultural produce. This clause does not apply to a person who carries agricultural produce other than for purposes of trade or business. Again, Madam Speaker, this act is about regulating the trade in agricultural produce. Amendment Clause 16 intends to amend Section 15 of the Principal Act, which deals with the issue of receipt book, by deleting subsection 1 and in substituting thereof proposes that every person who is required to issue a receipt under Section 14.2 shall apply in the prescribed form and manner for a receipt book at any office of the ministry responsible for agriculture in the parish in which the person resides, carries on business, or the parish in which the license was issued. In subsection 2, by deleting the words Form C of the second schedule and substituting thereof the words Form B of the first schedule, and from the marginal notes the words second schedule and substituting the words first schedule. Again, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, this will expand the reach of access to our receipt books. Clause 17 intends to repeal Section 16 of the Principal Act, which deals with contracts relating to specially protected produce to be recorded and returns of deliveries made. We're doing away with that, Madam Speaker. That is no longer a regime that truly exists in Jamaica. As Clause 17 will repeal Section 17 of the Principal Act, which deals with carrier's license. Clause 19 will repeal Section 18 of the Principal Act, which deals with use by carrier of vehicle to convey specially protected produce. So that entire scheme is being removed, Madam Speaker. It's no longer relevant in our current society. Clause 20 intends to repeal Section 19 of the Principal Act, which deals with the identification of vehicles. Clause 21 intends to amend Section 20 of the Principal Act, which deals with books to be kept in the vehicle when in use, by deleting subsection 1 and in substituting thereof proposes that a driver, operator, or person in charge of a vehicle used in the trade of agricultural produce keeps a book in the said vehicle or on his person containing a record of the description of agricultural produce received, from whom it was received, the quantity received, and the place where the produce was grown or produced. From subsection 2, the words justice or, and further, the words carrier, under whose license the vehicle is used, and substituting thereof the words license dealer. Clause 22 intends to amend Section 21 of the Principal Act, which deals with failure of driver to keep book in the vehicle, an offense and offenses by the carrier, by deleting from subsection 1 the word license, and further words shall be guilty of an offense, and substituting thereof the word commits an offense. Subsection 2, the word shall be guilty of an offense, and substituting thereof the words commits an offense. Subsection 2D, the word license. Clause 23 intends to amend Section 22 of the Principal Act in subsection 1 by deleting from paragraph A the words traveler's license and substituted thereof the words dealer's license. From paragraph B, the words he shall be guilty of an offense and replacing it with commits an offense and the proviso. And deleting subsection 2 and substituting it thereof with a new subsection defining what is termed by the selection of agricultural produce. Clause 24 intends to repeal Section 23 of the Principal Act, which deals with powers of the minister, and to replace same with a new Section 23 with the marginal note regulations, which provides for the minister to make regulations in general for the purpose of giving effect to the Act, and further provides matters for which regulations may be promulgated. Madam Speaker, one of the challenges that we've had, especially with these older acts, is that oftentimes you are forced to come back to the House to do these wide-scale amendments. What this does now is give the minister greater latitude to put in place regulations for the purpose of giving effect to the Act. Clause 25 intends to repeal Section 24 of the Principal Act, which deals with minister may alter or revoke orders and regulations, and replace it with a new Section 24 with the marginal note, amendment of monetary penalties and schedules by order, and provides for the minister by order, subject to affirmative resolution, to amend any monetary penalty specified in the Act or regulations. Again, Madam Speaker, as we progress, we recognize that what may have seemed a significant sum 20 years ago may seem as a paltry sum now. We will now provide that the minister has the authority, subject to affirmative resolution, to amend any monetary penalty. Clause 26 intends to repeal Section 25 of the Principal Act, which deals with appointment of inspectors, and replace same with a new Section 25 with a marginal note, designation of inspectors. The clause provides for the minister to designate inspectors for the purposes of the Act. This is critical, Madam Speaker. Before, it had to be the Governor General. The minister now has the authority to designate inspectors, which is very, very important to ensure, and much, much easier to ensure that people have the authority needed in relation to the Act. Clause 27 intends to amend Section 26 of the Principal Act, which deals with places for inspection, classification, etc. of produce intended for export, by deleting from the marginal note the words "of produce intended for export," fourth schedule, and substituting thereof the words "agricultural produce intended for export," second and third schedules. The words "fourth schedule" and substituting thereof the words "second and third schedule." Clause 28 intends to repeal Section 27 of the Principal Act and to replace same with a new Section 27 with a marginal note, power of inspector to inspect and detain. This clause provides for an inspector under the Act without warrant to search specified equipment, and if such search reveals evidence that the specified equipment is being used in contravention of the Act, to seize and detain the specified equipment. Further, specified equipment may be forfeited through the courts upon an application by the Director of Public Prosecutions. Clause 29 intends to repeal Section 28 of the Principal Act, which deals with penalties, and to replace same with a new Section 28 with a marginal note penalty. The clause provides for a fine not exceeding $3 million upon conviction of certain offenses, and in default to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years. Again, moving from $250,000 and 3 months in prison. Clause 30 intends to amend Section 29 of the Principal Act, which deals with the powers of inspectors in subsection 1 by deleting the word "time" wherever it appears and substituting thereof the words "reasonable time." 2, the words mentioned in the fourth schedule wherever they appear. 3, by deleting in subsection 2 and substituting thereof provisions allowing an inspector to condemn any agricultural produce under the Act, forbid the exportation of the condemned produce, and order the seizure and destruction of condemned agricultural produce. The seizure and destruction shall be carried out by a constable under the superintendence of the inspector. By renumbering sections 3 and 4 as subsections 4 and 5, by deleting from subsection 4 as renumbered and the marginal note thereto the word "second schedule," and substituting thereof in the case the words "first schedule." By deleting from subsection 5 as renumbered the word subsection 3 and substituting thereof the word subsection 4, and in the marginal note thereto deleting the words "second schedule" and replacing the words "first schedule." Clause 31 intends to repeal Section 30, and this is critical, Madam Speaker, of the Principal Act, and to replace with a new marginal note that says "periodic review of the Act." Madam Speaker, once this Act is passed, the clause provides that there will be a periodic review of the Act by a committee of both houses of Parliament appointed for that purpose. So we have already built in, Madam Speaker, that once the Act is passed and is operational, this Parliament and our upper house will be able to conduct a periodic review. Clause 32 intends to amend Section 32 of the Principal Act, by deleting the words license produce dealer and substituting thereof the word dealer and of the articles of. Clause 33 intends to repeal section 34 of the Principal Act. Clause 34 intends to repeal section 35 of the Principal Act, which deals with expenses and salaries payable out of the Treasury, and to replace same with a new section 35 with a marginal note, payment of additional expenses. The clause provides that additional expenses in affecting the provisions of the Act shall be provided for in the annual estimates of revenue and expenditure of the island as approved by the House of Representatives. Clause 35 intends to repeal section 36 of the Principal Act, which deals with offences, and replace same with a new section 36, setting out various offences which may be committed. Clause 36 intends to amend section 37 of the Principal Act, which deals with summary trial, by deleting the words resident magistrate and substituting thereof the words judge of the parish court. By deleting the word 250,000 and substituting thereof the words 3 million. By deleting the words 3 months and substituting thereof with the words 3 years. Clause 37 intends to amend section 38 of the Principal Act, which deals with appeals, by deleting the words Rural Agricultural Development Authority and substituting it thereof with the word authority. Inserting next after the words under section 2A the words or an application for a dealer's license under section 3. Clause 38 intends to repeal the first schedule of the Principal Act. Clause 39 intends to amend the second schedule of the Principal Act by deleting thereof the word second schedule and replacing with the words first schedule. By deleting Form A and replacing it with a new Form A dealer's license. By deleting Form B and replacing with a new Form B agricultural produce receipt. Deleting Form C, deleting Form D and substituting a new Form C thereof. Deleting Form F and the words Form F and replacing it with the words Form D. Deleting Form G and the words Form G and replacing it with the words Form E. Deleting the numeral 19 and substituting thereof in each case the numeral 20. Clause 40 intends to repeal the third schedule of the Act. Clause 41 intends to amend the fourth schedule of the Principal Act by removing the words fourth schedule and replacing it with the words second schedule, by adding the words agricultural produce, byproducts, extracts thereof immediately below the words second schedule. By deleting the words beans and substituting it thereof with beans all varieties. By deleting the words cocoa, coffee, ginger, pimento, and turmeric, by deleting the words pineapples and replacing it with the word pineapple. Madam Speaker, one of the things that we're doing in these changes is that oftentimes the Act was very specific. And what we've moved to is to ensure that we have wide categories. So instead of just saying bean and defining what beans you're allowed to help, we say beans all varieties. And Madam Speaker, it probably is worthwhile to indicate some of the things that we are adding again that were not provided for. So almond, aloe vera, bamboo, berries, broccoli, cactus, cashew nut, cauliflower, cerci, cherries, custard apple, fever grass. Yes, cerci. Fever grass, grapes, grass for animal feed, all varieties, indigenous herbs and spices, lemongrass, logan, lychee, mint, all varieties, mushrooms, pak choy, rubitan, soft fruits, soy, star fruit, zucchini. Absolutely. So, Madam Speaker, before now, when persons were in the business of producing those crops and they came to RAD or the ministry for help, they were constrained. We now have a massive investment planned for Westmoreland to develop a bamboo factory to treat with making paper. But in order to do that successfully, you have to be able to farm bamboo. That happens all over the world. And I see Dr. Dunn, who has done a lot of work when he was at the Ministry of Industry and Commerce in relation to bamboo. Now, under this new act, bamboo will be considered an agricultural crop. Get in there. Get in there. Clause 40 intends to repeal the third schedule of the Principal Act. Clause 41 intends to amend the fourth schedule of the Principal Act by removing the words fourth schedule. No, I did that already. Clause 42 proposes to amend the fifth schedule of the Principal Act by deleting the words fifth schedule, replacing it therewith with the words third schedule, inserting a subparagraph D. Clause 43 proposes to amend the sixth schedule of the Principal Act by deleting from the heading the words sixth schedule and substituting thereof the words fourth schedule. Clause 44 proposes to amend Section 4 of the Rural Agricultural Development Authority to provide for the issuance of certificate of registration, dealer's license, and to charge fees for services provided by or on behalf of the authority. And Clause 45 proposes to amend Section 2 of the Perennial Lasting Prevention Act by deleting the definition of agricultural produce therein and substituting thereof the following new definition: agricultural produce has the meaning assigned to it under Section 2 of the Agricultural Produce Act. The Memorandum of Object and Reason, the bill concludes with a Memorandum of Object and Reason. So, Madam Speaker, as I close, let me make 2 or 3 more points, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was at pains to outline the extensive process that we have gone through to get here. We have thought long and hard, and in fact, I was at a stakeholder engagement, Madam Speaker, in St. Thomas last week, Thursday, and one of the farmers got up, and what he was asking for, in his layman way, is where is the dealer's license? Because I have a receipt book, but the man who is selling it to somebody else, where is his license to prove that he got it from a justified source? Madam Speaker, I urge that we do not delay. These are not the sort of amendments that require a joint select committee, because ultimately we are not changing the overall scheme of the act. What we're doing is modernizing, and the legal framework is already there and agreed. We're not introducing anything that requires extensive deliberations. And again, the most important part is to ensure that we are updating the penalties. Additionally, Madam Speaker, there are 2 more things. It is important that we understand how we treat with the legal framework that deals with predatory larceny. Even though we have a predatory larceny prevention act, that act really treats with a scheme for agricultural wardens that we are looking to implement, Madam Speaker, to put more boots on the ground in our communities. But, Madam Speaker, the other acts that deal with predatory larceny are under things like the Larceny Act, things like larceny of cattle, that already carries 7 years, right, and hefty fines. Where we have been lacking is in treating with the transportation and trade of agricultural produce. And if we're going to treat with prey and larceny, they should have no market in which to sell their stolen items. So, Madam Speaker, I want to make that point. The last thing is that we must recognize that part of what we're doing is to help with the traceability of our agricultural produce. We now live in a global marketplace, Madam Speaker. All the requirements for export. If Member Davis is going to export some yam from South St. James, right, or some banana, the reality is that the receiver, the importer, has to be able to trace that back to the farmer. It is now a true food safety issue. And we have the head of plant quarantine who is here, who can tell you the direction of this Ministry of Agriculture is not to just satisfy ourselves on local standards, but we must be producing to international standards. Very, very important. So, Madam Speaker, as I close, I want to thank the ministry's legal team who worked day and night on this. And I want to thank all the officers. Our head of RADA is here. Mr. Simpson, he wouldn't miss it because this provides the sort of support that the farmers need. And Superintendent Pasco is here with us. And again, he is in charge of our prey and larceny unit. And Madam Speaker, we need this for them to go out on the road to create the impact that we want to see. So, Madam Speaker, with that said, I look forward to other contributions on this bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Green. Thank you, Minister Green. Members, please. The member from Clarendon Southwest, the opposition spokesperson on agriculture and fisheries. Mr. Cousins, Member Cousins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, please allow Member Cousins to speak uninterrupted.
I don't have any time limitation on my presentation.
Thank you. He doesn't have extra time.
So, well, I don't think I have any limitation of time.
No, not in this house, Member Cousins. Not in this house.
So thank you, Madam
Go
Speaker.
ahead, Member Cousins.
Madam Speaker, let me also thank the Minister for his presentation. Never had to go through all the clauses because the bill, of course, was, the proposed bill was actually tabled a few weeks ago. And so would have hoped that all members would have read through it thoroughly, perused it. So, I mean, to go through it at length was not necessary. The issues, Minister, are very narrow. And, of course, you and I have spoken about it, and I realize that you have tried to preempt my presentation. Because the reality is, Madam Speaker, that these proposed amendments are far-reaching amendments, are far-reaching proposals. And on last check, we had over 400,000 registered farmers in Jamaica. That is how significant this proposal is. Registered farmers at the very same organization, which was referred to earlier, rather, 400,000. Significant. So when we are embarking on a process like this, we would hope that the House, through the relevant channels, Minister, would have had an opportunity to hear from the stakeholder groups, JAS, and other stakeholder groups in this House I'm talking about, at a joint select committee of Parliament. That is the proposal. So I hear the argument around not having a delay, but we must understand that all 63 of us in this House represent the vast majority of farmers in this country. And when we are embarking on this process, there ought to have been a joint select committee. And there's no secret that that is my preferred route because I indicated it to you. We're not about ambushing each other. It's about understanding that that's when certain legislation come here to this house, based on how significant they are, that we all must be able to appreciate the concerns from all groups. And I don't think many of us, having listened, fully appreciate what we're embarking on. Because when you look at the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons, it states that the main reason for us embarking on these amendments is to deal with the issue of praedia larceny. But, Minister, I submit that this cannot help us. This may help us a little bit. But it is not the panacea. This is not the solution to praedia larceny. We have been here in this house at Joint Select Committee, and I asked, when you look at, for example, what is set aside in the Ministry of Agriculture's budget for praedia larceny alone, I don't even want to mention the sum. It's less than $10 million to fight praedia larceny, the Ministry of Agriculture's budget. When I made inquiries of the Minister of National Security, despite the fact that there are vehicles marked praedia larceny prevention unit, there's no unit in the JSF, you know. And he admitted to it, that there's no unit in the JSF that has funding that is deliberately programmed and focused at the fight against praedia larceny. Our proposal has always been that the Praedia Larceny Prevention Act must be amended. That is the primary act that focuses on the issue of praedia larceny. Also, we have proposed already, I've proposed here and elsewhere, that when someone is found in possession of criminal property, of stolen goods, stolen goats, stolen cows, stolen whatever, that individual should be subject, when convicted or upon conviction, to the forfeiture of his or her assets. And that those assets, when forfeited, the funds that we get from those assets should go towards the praedia larceny fight. So the Proceeds of Crime Act, for example, bring them out of the Proceeds of Crime Act. Forfeit them whatever assets they have once they are convicted. That is what we need. The farmers are out there every day farming. You have the 2-foot posts lurking in the dark. They go, they steal the produce. Oftentimes they are not intercepted. So this act wouldn't even relate to them. Because this act only comes into effect if somebody is intercepted by the security forces, and upon them being intercepted. There are certain flaws in this very act that I'm going to address as I go along in respect of persons intercepted. However, 90% of those involved in the act of praedia larceny have never been intercepted and will never be intercepted. The farmers are out there and they need protection, personal protection in some instances, increased use of technology, work with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that the farmers are able to purchase certain technological devices and get certain waivers on those technological devices that they use for surveillance purposes. That is what is required. What is happening here is we are proposing a system of registration that comes with fees. A system of registration that has flaws, Minister. That's why I say it needs to go to a joint select committee of Parliament. Because, for example, Section 2A, just an example, Section 2A, and it provides for persons who are doing them backyard farming to have an exemption. It does that. However, it leaves the issue of what amounts to a sufficient amount sufficient for consumption, one, and too small for commercial significance. That is left to the discretion of who? Whose discretion? The constable. You and I have operated at the private bar for years. We understand and appreciate that when you leave a discretion to a constable, he may or may not exercise that discretion one way or the other. But the reality is that if he does put that person before the court, that person has to expend significant amount of money to prove them innocent. So who determines what is an amount fit for consumption or not significant for commercial? It's tricky. That's why we needed to hear from the stakeholder groups and hear their submissions on the issue. JACRA, for example, I see where under Section 2A, JACRA, the products that are licensed by JACRA are not included. That's another thing that needs to be addressed. How are we going to ensure that there is the proper synergy between JACRA and the RADA to ensure that there's no overlapping and confusion? I think what we're proposing is really an albatross around the neck of the farmers in Jamaica. I'm telling you the truth. Minister, I'm just giving you my opinion. You know, I've always been very honest here. I believe that we operate in a climate in this country where you see, when persons have grown accustomed to a certain practice, a certain lifestyle, right? You can't change it overnight, and that's why we ask for the process. We ask for consultation. We want to ensure that before we go to the stage of implementation, that proper consultation is done and sensitization is done so that persons can understand and appreciate what the new rules are. It is not only about purveyors, you know. RADA, for example, have their own issues. A lot of persons go to RADA, Mr. Simpson can tell you, apply for an ID. Many of us in this house know it's true. And take months to get an ID. They take months to get an ID. So RADA is this very same entity that you're going to entrust now. What have we done at RADA to ensure that there are better resources to deal with the influx of applications that will come in? The reality is that we face every day. So that is why I'm saying it would have been important for us to have it at the Joint Select Committee, so even RADA could make their submissions to us, to explain to us why they have been delaying with the issuing of IDs for the farmers for so long, why we're having these protracted delays. There was a breakdown in the system a few months ago for a protracted period of time at RADA. You couldn't even identify who were registered farmers based on the system being down. So that's why I come here and I say, I am not against this proposed amendment. What I'm complaining about is the process that we have embarked upon. And I'm questioning whether or not we have covered all of our bases to ensure that the persons most impacted, the farmers, know what is coming and are prepared for what is coming. Telling me about bamboo being nobody now thief bamboo. Nobody now go steal no bamboo on no grass. And even so, how you going to know whether the bamboo come from a farm? How you going to what kind of description you going to put on bamboo? You should know much. Well, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. The reality is, Minister, that some amendments are inconsequential, some amendments are far-reaching. And I'm addressing those that are far-reaching. So I am respectfully, again, asking that this bill be sent to a Joint Select Committee of Parliament. I see amendments being proposed where the Governor General would have certain powers that is now in the remit of the minister's remit. We need to see what is happening there. Because we don't want, one of the things we don't want, is for the perception of political interference, in the agricultural sector. So perhaps that is why, in the first instance, we had that independent authority. Given those powers, exactly, significant. We're embarking on a constitutional reform process. So whomever was the Governor General is going to be replaced by another authority. And perhaps this could be a part of that discussion as well, in terms of the powers that will be vested with that authority, right? That's why we must take our time and properly go through this thing and have proper consultation between the government minister and the opposition, representing over 300,000 farmers in this country. It is important that as a government, as members of parliament, we put the interest of the farmers first. We can't rush bills through parliament without proper dialogue and consultation. Most of the members in this house, before you stood up and spoke about it, even though the bill was tabled, probably never read it and understood how deep it went in terms of the fact that persons who are now, not just purveyors, a farmer with an acre of land under production, an acre of land, must be registered. Because there's no way he's going to tell a constable that what he's doing is not for commercial purpose. As simple as that. And depends on what he's producing on that acre or that half acre. That's how significant it is. So not because the farm is in your backyard, you can't say because of that it's for domestic consumption. Because it depends on the size of the farm in your backyard. You see how significant it is? That's why we need this conversation. We need to have a mature conversation with everyone, all interested parties, before we rush to pass this bill into law. So, Minister, I've said what I have had to say. I need to go through every clause, because the reality is that it's almost like fruit of the poisonous tree. So I never need to go through the clauses. If the tree is poisonous, I don't need to pick the fruit out of the tree and compare it and contrast it. The process, the fruit of the poisonous tree is the process. Lack of consultation. Lack of sensitization. So therefore, it doesn't make any sense to bother debate it. So those are my submissions.
Members?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Member Cousins, Member Morgan, I'm trying to figure out who I heard over there. I hope I'm not calling the wrong person. Yes.
Madam Speaker, without repeating much of what the member from Southwest
there is hopefully no repeating. That is one of the things that we really need to stop doing. So please proceed without repeating.
No, sometimes certain things are
No.
repetition.
The standing orders actually dictate that members should not repeat either the questions or the presentation of other members. It is a practice in this House that needs to be discontinued.
These are original notes. Madam Speaker, as the member said earlier, in reading the memorandum of objects and reasons, nobody would have a quarrel with this bill that is presented to us today. We have been trying for years to deal with predial larceny. Farmers have suffered, and therefore we would support anything, any measure or measures that will assist the farmers. Madam Speaker, the Minister says that there's going to be a massive sensitization program to follow after this is passed into law. You know, I remember when we did the Road Traffic Act, when we imposed fines that were subsequently deemed to be excessive. Yes, well, you, all right? Yes, yeah, well, yes, we is we, every one of us. And then shortly after, when the reality strikes, we have to come back here and do amendments. Madam Speaker, we cannot overlook the point about consultation. And, you know, I'm amazed because the Minister, quite rightly, has put in this law a review of it by a joint select committee. So why didn't a joint select committee first, as we are now trying to fashion it, be a part of this process? Madam Speaker, there are small farmers in this country who are used to certain practices. You drive up, and these are legit people who are doing legitimate business, but they're not accustomed to the process now that they have to go through. And it is meant to be a good process, but if they don't feel a part of the development of this new system, if they don't have a voice, and the Minister did say that it was widespread consultation, but was there consultation with the JAS, for example? Were they at the table? Which group that represented the farmers was at the table to scrutinize all of the provisions in this bill? Madam Speaker, the document that you have here, almost half of it, is seeking to amend existing law. When you're amending an existing law, it requires carefulness. And I must admit to this House that yes, the bill was tabled some time ago, but I spent some time today. No, I'm going to be honest, I didn't read it before, but in reading it now, I am seeing the massive implications that it will have on small farmers who are accustomed to certain things, who are not involved in predial larceny, but who will be caught within the penalties that are increasing in one instance from $250,000 to $3 million, 3 months in prison to 3 years in prison. I am cautioning that we don't use today to pass this bill to come back here when the House start to do urgent amendments. That is my submission, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the members for their contribution in this debate, and I will respond to a few things. But, Madam Speaker, it's interesting. I looked, as I was preparing, I was reflecting on the amount of time that we've spoken about the amendments to the Agricultural Produce Act. And I found two things. On the 2nd of January of this year, the president of the JS was asked, what are his wishes for the new year? What is his new year vision? And he said, Madam Speaker, that he expects that this year the amendments to the Agricultural Produce Act will be taken and passed. So far-reaching has the consultation and involvement been that his New Year wish was for this House to do the right thing and to pass this act. So that is public record, Madam Speaker. You can Google it and you can watch the video. That was the wish of the president of the JS, because he understands that this act is not about hurting the small farmer. This act is a tool in protecting the small farmer. You know what else I found, Madam Speaker? Blessed memory. Roger Clarke in 2013, in his sectorial debate, promised amendments to the Agricultural Produce Act. The Gleaner article says, for the second year in a row, the minister promised amendments with a view to regulate the movement of produce and animals. And in his presentation, Madam Speaker, he said he was going to do that to protect the small farmer. Madam Speaker, the small farmers have been treated with the issue of receipt book for decades. Before I was born, has been the system, the act that we speak of, that speaks to a receipt book, was conceived in 1926. We are not implementing any new requirement on the small farmer. How does a receipt book fight predial loss? And I hear my colleague ask. Madam Speaker, in treating with the crime of predial larceny, other than people going into farms and stealing, they often go to transport. When the police stop them on the road, they need to be able to prove that they have gotten the goods by legal means. That is why in 1926, before any of us was born, the goodly people at the time came up with a scheme. What is that scheme? If you go to the farm and you buy the produce, the farmer issues you with a receipt to say that you bought the produce. Now, we have had a lot of challenges, Madam Speaker, in implementing these systems. But we should not put the blame on the small farmer. In fact, it is the small farmer who has suffered from our lack of implementation. So, Madam Speaker, let me deal with a few other things that were raised by the member from Southwest Clarendon. I don't think the member from Southwest Clarendon truly appreciates that predial larceny is a crime to be dealt with by the JCF. The Ministry of Agriculture formed a predial larceny unit to provide oversight and to provide attention to the crime of predial larceny. But the police will have to treat with predial larceny. What we must do, and you see, Madam Speaker, what we have gotten in the habit of doing is complaining and not acting. We must do what we can do. What can we do as lawmakers? Member Cousins can support and pass this act so that it has greater fines, so that we who sit here, who represent farmers, and none of, when you look at the amount of registered farmers, Madam Speaker, that I represent, I come here as an advocate, and I have guaranteed them that I will do everything in my power. I am not going to throw my hands up in the air. We must do what we can do. Madam Speaker, we are lawmakers. Yes. What we must do is where we see loopholes, gaps, we must fix the law. So, Member Cousins, The member from Southwest can speak about technology support. I agree. We are already, Madam Speaker, at the ministry, working with farmers to install things like CCTVs to help them safe-proof their farms. Yes, we are doing that. We can speak about other things. We can speak about what more the police needs to do. Absolutely. But, Madam Speaker, we must appreciate, as I said in my opening, we moved from having no division that had a Predial larceny unit to having 7 divisions. Ideally, we want to ensure that in every area where there's a challenge, we have that. But you know, Member Cousins doesn't even know. Member Cousin doesn't even know that the Proceeds of Crime, Member Cousin doesn't even know that the Proceeds of Crime Act was changed to incorporate things like Predial larceny, the anti-gang legislation. You can charge, Madam Speaker, under the anti-gang legislation if you find gangs operating in the Predial larceny space. So, Madam Speaker, while we may agree that there are other things that need to happen, the reality is that we must give account for what we can do, Madam Speaker. Now, JACRA is not included because we have a JACRA Act, fairly modern JACRA Act, that has excellent provisions in relation to things like coffee, cocoa, pimento, and ginger. So there was no need for that, Madam Speaker. Again, we can speak, Madam Speaker, I have no difficulty, as Member Cousins knows. We can sit down and speak about implementation. We can speak about ensuring that RADA has the capacity, right? We have no fight there. But that is very different from the law at hand. And we can have those discussions. Again, Madam Speaker, I don't know if we reflect that this act was passed in 1926. When you were given these powers, you had to give it to the Governor General. At that time, most of us couldn't even vote. So it stands to reason, Madam Speaker, that now that we have an established structure with a written constitution, that these powers would rest with the minister. That stands to reason, Madam Speaker. That is simple for us to say. Madam Speaker, Member Cousins spoke about forfeiture. Again, Member Cousins is my friend. There are provisions in the Act already for that. So don't raise those things as red herring. In the Predial Larceny Prevention Act, Section 12 treats
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, Member.
I specifically spoke about forfeiture of the assets of the individual under the Proceeds of Crime Act, not forfeiture of the goods or the vehicle that the car, so Minister, kindly just correct that. Thank you.
I hear you, Member Cousins. I hear you, Member Cousins. I'm almost sure that you made 2 points. That you made one under the Proceeds of Crime, but you spoke in general about forfeiture. So just to be clear, and then we are at one, the Predial Larceny Prevention Act already deals with forfeiture of items used in the commission of an offense. So I hear you. Madam Speaker, outside of all of this, our biggest threat is really delay. We talk. Madam Speaker, you know, I grew up in a time where you would watch these parliamentary debates and the same things would be announced year after year. Year after year. I told you that Minister Clarke spoke of it in 2012. At that time, I was not in the House, right? But, Madam Speaker, one of the things that I think this side has committed ourselves to is that enough of the talk. It's now time for action. If we say we're going to do something. So, Madam Speaker, I want to be clear. We are not changing any scheme for small farmers. There is no difference because they already had the receipt book system. What we're doing for our small farmers is to ensure that they can get the receipt books from more places. So they don't have to tell us when we go into the field that they wanted to do the right thing, but they couldn't because they don't have no receipt book. So we're going to ensure that the receipt book is accessible. We are also going to ensure that if you are trading commercially in agricultural produce, you must be able to tell us where you get it from. Where you get it from, when you get it, how much quantities, so we can know that you're bona fide and that you're not robbing the farmer. Madam Speaker, we are going to drive goat production in this country because we have recognized that over 80% of what we consume as our beloved curry goat is imported. But when I go out and I say to my farmers, invest in goats, they tell me, Minister, the challenge is predial larceny. And no one bill will solve that problem. But we have to develop a scheme, a legislative framework that addresses the problem. So, Madam Speaker, as I said before, I'll reiterate. One, we do have the Predial Larceny Prevention Act already. We're going to move to implement the Agricultural Wardens Program that is called for under the Act. We already have some laws that deal with larceny and larceny of cattle that, thankfully, they are sufficiently strong. What we have to ensure is that when the people go before the courts, that the penalties and the punishments that are handed down signal the seriousness of the offense. And that's why I'm very happy when I heard recently that the Office of the DPP is going to appeal a sentence that was handed down for a predial larceny crime. So, Madam Speaker, so we have that. What we need to do is to strengthen and cut off illegal agricultural produce making its way into our trade. We have to cut off the movement of that. That is what we're doing in this bill. Additionally, Madam Speaker, and finally, the police has to continue to do their work and has to do more. Because the reality is that it will always be a policing initiative. So, Madam Speaker, as I was going through earlier, I told you that already what we now have, what we never had 3 years ago, is that I know as minister can get statistics around the predial larceny initiatives of the police. So it's not just lumped into their operations. I can say to you that since the start of the year, the police have conducted 7,000 predial larceny operations. They have done 4,000 farm visits. I can tell you that information. So now we can take that information and see where there are the gaps and what more needs to be done. What I guarantee our farmers is that this government will never leave them alone in this fight. That this government has heard their cries and their concerns. I want to thank the JAS and the farmers who've been advocating for these changes for years. Forward ever, Madam Speaker. The new face of backward level.
Minister, after your wonderful rendition, I did not hear you conclude the debate and ask that the bill be read a second time, so I would love your directive.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the bill be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Madam Clarke.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Agricultural Produce Act, read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Minister, I would appreciate that you provide some guidance in respect of whether or not you have any amendments therein.
Sorry.
House Leader of Government Business.
Madam Chair, it is being suggested that, with the opposition agreement, of course, that we take the clauses en bloc since they have been carefully reviewed, and I think that where there are any amendments, we can then refer to them. So, Madam Chair, I would ask that the Minister states the amendments as are here, and then we take it from there. But my suggestion is that we take the entire block of clauses, all 45.
So, Madam Speaker, permission to speak for my chair. That's not my own. No, not in this committee.
You're in committee, you're in committee,
no problem.
and you may
Madam
speak
Speaker,
from anywhere.
there are, Chairman, there are no amendments.
So since the chair lady has no amendments, I put clauses 1 through to clause 45. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Most premature. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you, members. I will now proceed to the House. Thank you, Marshall. Members, I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Minister.
Madam Speaker, just allow me to specifically thank Ms. Marshall Locke from our legal team and Ms. Gravney, who is here with us. They worked very hard on getting us to this stage, Madam Speaker. I really want to commend them. And allow me to also thank State Minister Witter, who has been on the road with Superintendent Pasco, having sensitization tours around Preda last day. We've already done 30 sensitization meetings this year, Madam Speaker. With that said, Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Madam Clarke.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Agricultural Produce Act read a third time and passed.
House Leader.
So it is not intended to do any further business today, but on this motion of adjournment, I really would like to, on behalf of the full side, in fact the whole House, to commend the Minister of Agriculture on piloting this landmark bill that is going to have such an enormous impact on the whole production process of agriculture in Jamaica. And I think that it was a marathon bill, 45 clauses. And he read all and presented a very, very strong argument in favor of the bill. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House be adjourned until next week, the November 28th at 2 p.m., when we will continue the state of constituency debate, and it's expected at that time that the speakers will be the member from St. James West Central and Minister of Legal Affairs, and also the member from St. Andrews Southwest. On Wednesday, we return hopefully to complete the debates, when at that time the speakers will be the member from Clarendon North Central and the member from Westmoreland Central. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members, just in case we have not had a chance to look at our emails, on Monday, November 27th at 10 a.m., there is Youth Parliament. And the young people are looking forward to seeing us, ministers and members of this honorable House, at Youth Parliament on Monday. Even though you have cabinet, it is always on a Monday, and the practice has been that ministers go from time to time out of Parliament and come and see the young people and go back to cabinet. So, Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs and Leader of Government Business at the beginning of cabinet meeting, or make arrangements to start late, or young people are very important. We would love to have our ministers present here at the House of Parliament, Monday, November 27 at 10 a.m. Well, thank you very, very much in that regard. The question is that the House do now adjourn for formally Tuesday, November 28, 2023 at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable House now stands adjourned. Thank you, members.